Chit-chat, feel the vibes, let's go higher. In the rhythm we burn like fire. When you see the white Rasta, always staying true, living in the vibe, spreading love like we do. From the hills to the streets, God guide our way. When you see the white Rasta, hear what we say. From Babylon to Zion, he's walking strong, with his dreadlocks swinging, chanting a song. Riding the rhythm, never going wrong. In the dance hall where the roots belong. He's got the love, got the peace in his soul, living for the truth, making the people whole. In every beat you feel the fire ignite. Benji sees here the bless, bringing pure light. Benji see the white Rasta, always staying true, living in the vibe, spreading love like we do. From the hills to the streets, God guide our way. Benji see the white Rasta, hear what we say. From the drum and bass to the roots we know, Benji sees in the place with the steady flow. Speaking for the people, let the message grow. In every word, your love will show. No matter the color, it's the heart that's pure. In the rhythm of life, he's found the cure. One love, one heart, that's the Rasta way. Benji sees here to chant and lead the way. Benji see the white Rasta, always staying true, living in the vibe, spreading love like we do. From the hills to the streets, God guide our way. Benji see the white Rasta, hear what we say. The drum and the bass, we unite as one. Under Jah's love, we'll never be done. Then you see the white Rasta standing strong in the dance hall where we all belong.
Well, you know, some boy killer no one no laziness in the dance, you know. So all of the top nuts, let's get up and rock, and all the daughter and all the man, let's get up and shock out. See, cause some boy killer there.
No matter the color, it's the heart that's pure. In the rhythm of life, he's found the cure. One love, one heart, that's the Rasta way. Benji sees here to bless, bringing pure love. Benji see the white Rasta, always staying true, living in the vibe, spreading love like we do. From the hills to the streets, God guide our way. Benji see the white Rasta, hear what we say. With the drum and the bass.
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, white Rasta, don't spread the love. Don't believe it. It's a lie. Yeah, stolen racial identity is real. Solidarity, brother. All right, Nath. All right, Toxic. All right, Schizophrenic Uncle Timu. All right, Bruce. Evening, Birdseed. Evening, John. Evening, Kev Jella. Evening, Jimmy. Evening, Society. Evening, Time. Oh, yeah. Wow. Fucking hell. Can't even say hello in chats these days without someone going into a full meltdown about it. Evening, Aaron. Hello, AJ. Hello. Hello. Oh no, Bruce. I was mentioned and ranted about somewhere. I don't fucking know. I haven't seen it and I don't care. Don't care. You know. I only woke up for a fucking piss and that old man bloody, you know. Have a quick look what's going on. So yeah, I know JJ's live, but you know, I thought I'd do one of my own this evening. Don't know much about what's going on, but don't really care. Just thought I'd fancy chucking a live up. So couple of hour live, couple of smokes, I'll be sorted. Yeah, Bruce, I don't even know what Belfast was on about, but I can imagine because I had 5 minutes of his live last week. and that was enough. I'd heard enough. Then he tried to come on mine the other day, and I wasn't having none of it. I wasn't having him shouting all the nonsense under the sun all over my panel. It's not fucking happening. It's not happening, man. I'm probably capable of getting myself in enough trouble without help from fucking Belfast, boy. I'm not going to mess around. I'll get the link straight out and about now. Just grind. Yeah, I saw your thing with Ultra AJ, but I haven't seen much else, to be honest. I haven't seen Belfast and Shit Pit Steve doing their fucking double team on methadone Nessies. Apparently it was bad, but I haven't seen it. I don't care. Fuck all, John. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I've been doing nothing. Did make Nathan an intro or two, but, you know, there's cash payment due for that, Nathan. I ain't forgot. So, no, fuck those. It's my own fault for going to bed early. If I didn't go to bed early, then I wouldn't get so much grief. Evening, honey. Good evening. Tis a good evening. Tis a good evening. In a bit, AJ. I'm joking, Nath. I'm joking. Take it as a joke. I don't need coffee. I bought 2 bags today. Oh, no. Yeah. We know what happens when he ends up with about 2 in the chat. You know, he stirs up the pot, doesn't he? When he's only got 2 people in the chat, and then, you know. Pin a link. Evening, Red. Good evening. Yeah, but other than hearing about it, it's been quite down the tubes, I suppose, what I've seen. Quite chill, not too much screeching, which is nice. Nice for the ears. Yeah, Belfast and Steve must have been really bad for him to be hot topic of the day, shall we say. But, yeah, neither of them will fucking get on here. Not behaving like that. Society McBeg, I'd go for some turnips that have been left behind the greengrocer's Christmas Eve. Turnips, not even cooked, raw turnips he's having. Yeah, and me, Uncle Timu. That's what I imagine. Yeah, I envisage that. Yeah, man. Rastafari. Selassie and stuff. All right, Fox. Oh, yeah. Red, good call. Good call. Yeah. You know, Johnny could well be caught up, flash frozen, and sent by refrigeration truck. Oh, mum, lagging. Let me get rid of that thing. None of them lagging. Nah, don't want the background. Yeah. Flash frozen Johnny sent to Spain. Ooh, tomato sauce sandwiches. But he hasn't even got any cheese. All right, guys. Just having a waffle ice. Just having a waffle. Talking about waffles, I've got nearly the next best thing after puff pastry mince pies. I'm going to have hot with carte d'or vanilla ice cream. Ooh, fucking hell. For my supper. Only had a small tea. Chicken and mayonnaise in a fingering roll. Do like a soft fingering roll. Oh, my mince pies are going to be posh. They are posh ones, I've got to be honest. They're splashed out. Nice one, Uncle Timu. Nice one. Nathan, if that's meant to be John, how's the brainwashing going? I thought you weren't arguing with John. Yeah, I was going to do custard, but then I thought, or cream, but then I thought, no, I got super duper ice cream, so that's better. Already had it in the freezer, so. The only thing is, once I open the tub, I'll keep going back until half of it's gone. Evening, Andy. Good evening, mate. Oh, good idea, Glenda. Good idea. Good idea. Evening, Si. Good evening. Sounds nice, Ice. I like goulash. I do like goulash. And I also love beef stroganoff. Ooh, fucking hell. Now we're talking. Beef stroganoff on boiled rice or steamed rice. Fucking hell. I know stroganoff is very 70s pub food, but God, it's nice. One of my favourites, Glenda. I don't often make it. I know how to make it properly. I don't know, it's not hard, but it's not very often I make it. If we get cubed beef in like that, it usually goes in stews. And the missus isn't over fussed on strong enough, so I end up eating the fucking lot. Yeah, I've talked myself into getting fucking French mustard now when I go fucking shopping. Yeah, I've got a bit more than a terabyte, but I don't use it for fucking storing shit. The only thing that gets stored on there is game data. Yeah, don't mind a bit of Dijon. All the price of all the meats have gone up, I think, Yogi. When we went shopping the other day, we were looking at just getting a piggy joint, and it was fucking, for what it was too expensive. To have supermarket pork that doesn't really taste of anything unless you smother it in fucking seasonings. Nah. Oh, Cheeky. Yeah, I thought I'd do one for a couple of hours. Nathan, behave. Oh, DP. No, not yet, Si. Not yet. Yeah, I flicked said thing on last night and saw Bobby and Nathan going hammer and tongue, so I hung around about a minute before I left. It's not for me, that sort of yeah. Bit full on. It was completely full on what I saw, and literally it was 2 minutes. I was in, hello, gone. Yeah, it must be true. It said on YouTube, honey. It must be true. Oh, now we're talking, Ian. Any sandwich with raw onion. Yeah, I expect there'll be some clips around. I haven't seen a lot. Finger do. Yeah, I haven't seen any clips of anything, to be honest. I'm a bit shit when it comes to watching shit stuff back. Yeah, cheeky. I'm up for a laugh, but yeah, I'm not going to sit on panels when everyone's going at it and like this stuff that I don't know nothing about. Same as the other night when I said to Nathan, Paul, and I wasn't going to sit there while them two were arguing about something I knew fuck all about. I've got no input on it, so. All right, Ryan. Evening, Heister. Oh, gutted. I had 69 in chat then. My favourite number has gone down to 66. I love 69. All right, shits. Hello, kiss my ass. Axe. Kiss my axe. Ass. I'll just say ass. Yeah, meal for two. Andy, yeah, not gay 69, no. I don't do that. No sausage in my mouth. Ooh, take a break. I love reading that when I'm in the dentist or waiting at the doctor's or something. Evening, Smiler. Didn't see you sneak in there. Evening, mate. Easy, Tiger. Easy now, Tiger. Just calm yourself down a minute. Taxman. No one likes a taxman. Not that I've ever had much to do with a taxman. All my tax has been paid directly through work, so never had to do it myself. So I never got behind. All right, Durango. No, you're not blocked in the chat, Belfast. No. I'm not sure, Andy, but if she is, I'll have to write to her. Oh, nice cheeky spag bowl. I got fresh pasta this week. Prosciutto and mozzarella, them little fucking pillow things. I got some of them fresh ones. I like them with just grated cheese on and not a lot of sauce, to be honest. Fucking lovely. Fucking lovely. Oh dear. Whee! Here we go. Whee! Big up your ass. Big up your ass. I'll kiss your ass. Fuck it. No, I mean, I'll even sell myself on here. Sexual favors and that. It won't cost $7,000. I can tell you that much. Traveling expenses and a fucking bag of chips on there. Best chips in town, mine, not the worst shitty greasy things. All right, Kev Jella. Make sure you give Pony a sugar lump from me. And make sure you scoop up Pony's doings on the balcony there. You don't want Pony kicking it from fucking 5 stories up onto some unsuspecting pensioner's hat. Shithead. Yeah, I am a cheap night out, yeah. Ooh, sugar sandwiches. Is that a $50 or a Diddy dollar? Because they're not the same thing. A Diddy dollar is the $1 he fucking inserts into your anus after he's fucking stretched it. Oh, KP. Yeah, 100 quid sounds fair, KP. All right, Mouse.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on?
In the background or not?
Do what?
Can you hear the beeping in the background?
No.
Good. Thought I'd just come up and break the mold.
Sweet.
How you doing, Ministry?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Good,
I just got a
good.
chuck live on.
So what's occurring?
I don't know. There's been lots of abuse flying around in night, so I've had none of it, so I couldn't really give a monkey's bollock.
So you come up to be abused?
Well, yeah, I don't care. It's my stream. If I want to be abused, that's up to me.
Skinny cunt.
Yeah, that's not abusing me, is it? It's telling the truth.
All right, then, fair enough.
Oh, John, no taking. Thank you very much. So, you winning the battle of the rodents?
What?
Are you winning the battle of the rodents?
What are you talking about?
Mice. Are you winning the battle of the mice?
Fuck off. Hell no. Am I winning?
Holla!
Hello, Nathan. Hello.
Holla! Holla!
So he's still saying to me that people are bullying you on YouTube.
Oh, no picking on Nathan. Come on, man. He's gone. He's gone. Scared him off already.
I never said nothing. Fucking hell. My bad. Sorry. Hello. Love you.
Holla! You alright, AJ?
The older YouTube is against him because he calls out the older YouTube, you know. Nothing less, nothing more. Nothing more, nothing less, should they say. Not my fault.
No, it's not mine. Everything's my fault, but it's not.
No, I'll give him a chance, yeah. I'll jump off. Sorry, mister.
No, it's all right, AJ. You're all right, man. You're all right. Oh. No, I'm not frozen. I'm just in shock. Defender of the Earth. Hello.
I did tell you what I was going to go and do, didn't I? I'm not going to give them the energy, so it's really up to them. They want to go and stay there or not. Before
you ran away, I did try and say to AJ, no picking on Nathan.
Yeah, but Ministry, we've already had this conversation. I've got no interest. I'm not going to feed negativity.
Good.
I'm not going to feed it. So, yeah. Anyway, what was we talking about?
cheesecake.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm making apple crumble later on.
You've been making apple crumble for a fucking fortnight.
Fuck off.
You have? Fucking idiot.
Really have not.
You've been making crumble for a fortnight.
I made it the other day and it's pretty fucking good, you know.
I don't like cooked apples. Cooked apples are the devil's food.
Cooked
I'm afraid.
apples are the devil's food, are they?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Well, they're also good for you.
Yeah,
Especially
but I
crumble
still
made
don't
up
like
home
cooked
ministry. Southern
Eh?
the fucking ice cream. I'm not even looking at chat, by the way. I just ain't interested. Hello, by the way, Matt. So yeah. I mean, if people want to come and jump on right and have a chat of ministry, I'll jump down. But you know, it's not going to be this. Well, I'm only up here because I'm going to go and talk to Nathan. Well, bye bye then.
Well, I told you I'd be a duty solicitor, and
No,
you know, don't let people question you.
Right,
Right,
ministry, all they're trying to do is get me and you fighting. They're trying to get you all right to fucking go, but you know, Nathan, fuck this. They're trying to get you and me all right to start arguing ministry. I'm not falling for it.
Why not, you fucking cunt? Come on, let's row.
Fucking little mod. You know, fuck you, ministry. Do you know, ministry? I'm tired of you and your fucking lips, you fucking skinny bastard. You fucking little wanker. You see, your fucking videos are so shit, alright? Yeah, you fucking spastic. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Hiya.
Good evening.
Hi, Nath. Hi, Ministry.
Evening, Amy.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Cool. Yeah.
So, Crinkle, what are you up here to go and talk about then?
Well, just chill, really. I ain't really got no
Well, I'm gonna be
agenda.
honest, I think I'd rather have a convo with you and a half than majority of the community right now.
Well, you're safe when I'm on here from AJ because he runs away when I'm on here. I make him go. So
I could just jump off.
It's like dominoes.
it is. It's funny, isn't it? Conkers.
Henry, how's your chicken wings order going?
Big up Blender all day long. As my chicken wings. Big up, yeah, well, #1 auditor. I just released the fucking audit. Like, just released. Hot off the press. But yeah, man. How you doing, Nath?
Oh, me, I'm sound, mate. I'm sound. How you doing?
You don't sound it, man. You sound a bit down. You normally got a lot of energy.
Me, I'm not that.
Oh, shit.
Crinkle, I'm whispering Crinkle because of where I've got the wait, let me quickly go downstairs actually with the laptop. Give me a sec.
He doesn't want to scare his mice.
No, I'm not even at my ministry.
He's an agent.
Know this.
Big up Agent X. She's in there as well. Yes, Agent. Big up your silicone chest. I had a mini topic, like nothing deep or serious. So I was thinking today, when the bloody YouTube ad, because you used to be able to, when the ad comes, just flick back and then forwards, and you can skip the ad. But now they've stopped it. And then I thought, wow, have I ever bought anything straight away based off of an ad that's popped up like that? And I have. I bought I was scrolling through Facebook and they put ads in there.
Yeah.
And they put a cat cave made of wool. And I thought, that's a great present for my brother because they've got a cat. And yeah, I bought it based off of that ad. I bought it in the next 10 minutes after seeing the ad. Have you ever done that?
I have with some things, yeah.
What kind of things?
It's usually suggestions on like eBay. I'll bulk buy cigarette papers and filter tips and stuff.
Ah,
And then it says like, you know, people also bought, and if I scroll
Right.
through there, I'll end up buying 2 or 3 things that I didn't want.
okay. I also bought once not that long ago, actually, like some sort of lighter. It's a kind of like a flamethrower lighter, almost like a Bunsen burner, you know, with the blue flame.
Yeah.
I got it. It's a handheld thing. You press it, and it's unlike any lighter. I bought one of them as well. Have you ever bought anything off of an ad that you see in the street or the TV, you know, on a billboard or something like that, or an advert off the TV?
No, probably not.
No?
I'm quite a tight bastard, so it's
I don't
usually
think I have either. Of
Amazon
them.
and eBay are the ones for me.
What?
Amazon and eBay are the ones, you know, if I
Right.
go on there, I end up buying shit that I don't want because of, you know, ads or, you know, suggestions.
Recommended things, yeah. I think I've bought stuff off recommended things, but when you're not even thinking about buying stuff, and then something comes up and you say, "What? I'm gonna have one of them." I've done it twice. So yeah, twice. That's quite sinful, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, anyone in the chat bought anything? I'll show you the lighter thing. Hang on, if I can be bothered to turn the camera on. I'll show it
John-
next time. It's
John's
just
bought a few Hugo Boss shirts after seeing ads.
okay. So do you think
That's one thing I will buy, but I won't like buy it direct from the ad. One thing I will buy is if they come out with like a new Lacoste aftershave or something.
Right,
I'm a bit anal like that.
right.
There's certain companies of smell that I like, and I am pretty obsessed with eau de parfum and aftershave. Oh, it's Matt.
Ooh, the parfum. Ooh, that sounds very exotic.
That's just a posh way of saying aftershave in a pump spray bottle.
Exactly. So what is eau de toilette? That sounds even better.
That's to stop the toilet stinking after ladies have been for like shit.
Because I've got some. I'm sure I've got eau de toilette somewhere, and
Yeah.
normal aftershave, but no one uses it after they've shaved, do they?
No, I use Nivea No. 7 cream after I shave.
Exactly. It stings if you try fucking any of that shit. Aftershave after you've shaved. That's got to be the most useless thing ever, really. Because we let's all be honest. We buy it for the smell, so we can smell nice.
Yep. Yes, my ex. I have been known to sport some brute deodorant when I can't get the one I want from the supermarket.
Brute. What about Old Spice? Yo. My 3 favorite aftershaves, and it's only because we used to love it when we were teenagers, you know. We thought it was fucking luxury goods and, you know, this is the life. 3. My one at the time was Draca Noir.
I've
now,
still got that.
Yeah, now I don't like it so much because it's more of a gimmicky smell to me. There's no length. There's no lingering. It's nice and lemony and all that. And I've got Kuros, which I hated, really. I didn't like it when I was a teenager, but now I think that is the best one. And also Paco Rabanne. I think that's an ode something.
I've got 2. I've got original Paco Rabanne, and I've got well Paco Rabanne Million. But Lacoste is my main.
Okay, I don't think I've tried that. I might have smelt it once or twice.
The red Lacoste and the blue Lacoste are not very nice. They're quite strong, and whereas the original and the white are more mild.
Right. I'm gonna have to try that based on your recommendation. a Lacoste. Yeah, I bought them all just for the nostalgia. Just reminds me of being a teenager in the 1980s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I also bought a Swatch watch, which I had back then, which is like similar to a jellyfish, but it had a green, see-through green outside, and you could see all the insides of the watch. And what
Yeah.
else did I buy the other day, which is from that era?
Ministry, I'm going to jump off because I'm going to give people who won't come up here because I'm up here the time to have a chat, all right?
All right.
Go, Nate.
You can stay up, Nate. It's all right, man.
No, I know for a fact, all right, some people are just being utterly difficult. They don't want to come up because I'm up here.
No one's tried to come up, Nate. No one's tried to come up.
Well, I'm blocking people as well. Perhaps we should both go.
Well, I'm jumping
No
off
one
anyway,
will be up here.
so anybody who's not coming up here because I'm up here because you're all just pathetic and petty and immature, I need to grow the fuck up. Yeah, this is now making a way for you, so see you in a minute, Ministry.
Oh,
You
Nate.
want me to go, Nath?
No, he's all right. He's the other day when I did a live, he got a bit of a roasting, so.
Oh, okay.
But no, he's all right, man. It's first come, first serve, this panel, isn't it? So,
Yeah,
you know.
indeed.
All right, Ronnie. All right, Nick.
No, John, not in the market near Penton Street. I bought it from legitimate places. Well, I don't know, maybe that is a legitimate place, but markets sound a bit dodgy. A lot of chemists, you know, little chemists stock some okay aftershaves and all that. Yeah, man. If so, oh, all right, yeah, Lacoste is your favorite one. So as a chemist, I am developing a human pheromone that when you stick that on you, it just attracts women like moths and flies.
Nice.
But do you reckon there's something out there like catnip for humans? Do you reckon there could be something somewhere out there? Some people say human body odor in very low concentration. To women, it smells sweet and almost perfumey, but to men, it stinks more, kind of thing, which I found quite interesting. So
Yeah.
So get some knob cheese, stick it in a fucking bottle, spray it on, and see how you go, Ministry. There's this phenomenon as well where women vabbing. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't. No.
I think Vincent brought this to our attention first. It's like where it's the sort of thing Gwyneth Paltrow will do. And so what you do is put your fingers in your as a woman and then just dab it on your neck. Vaginal dabbing, I think it's called, and it's meant to be like a pheromone. Don't know whether it works, but
What does it attract? Fucking seals, seagulls, sharks. I don't.
Well, exactly. That's the thing.
All right, DJ.
Well, I could say, all right, ladies, just come round for a vab. We'll do experiments to see if it works. Just all come round to mine. We can have a vabbing party and see how much it attracts me. What about that?
Sounds like a plan to me.
I'll get the nitrile gloves out and, you know, we'll do under scientific conditions.
Yeah, white coats and protective goggles as well.
Yeah. So, yeah. You're looking forward to Christmas.
Yeah, it's going to be quiet. It's going to be quiet. But I don't mind it quiet. You know, all the family are all grown up and most of them doing their own thing and that. So,
All right.
yeah, I'm happy to go visiting and leave all the mess for them to clean up, to be honest. But yeah,
So yeah, that's the one. You get them to cook Christmas dinner now, yeah.
yeah,
So you got kids then, yeah?
yeah.
All right. How many?
Oh, 4?
4? Fucking hell.
4?
Okay.
Fucking hell. Yeah. The shit.
That lacrosse does work then.
I got a football team and 2 substitutes. Amount of grandchildren as well.
I like that.
So
Good on you.
grandkids everywhere, little buggers.
Wow.
One of them gave me the lurgy last week. I wasn't happy. I
Really?
will punish him at some point.
Was it the lurgy or the just the normal lurgy?
Yeah, just a bad cold, that's all. Just a bad cold.
Did you test though to see?
No, I didn't test, no.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
hard to tell the difference sometimes. I always test just to see. Once I had a lurgy and the test was negative, so it wasn't that. And once I've had the lurgy and it was positive. So, you know. Oh yeah.
Yeah, during the whole thing we had to test regularly, and every time my missus goes for some sort of procedure down the hospital, she has to do a test before going.
Yeah.
Even now still. So
Yeah.
but I think that's just their policy now. They haven't got a mask policy or anything like that.
No. They've relaxed a few of the things to do with that. But in situations in hospitals where it matters, where people might not have an immune system due to treatments, then I think they would ask you to probably still.
Yeah. All my missus' treatment and recovery is done on the transplant ward, so you know,
Right.
very, very, very tight hygiene security, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
anyone transplant has immunosuppressant drugs, isn't it?
Yeah, just going in on a visit, you got a double, triple fucking wash and alcohol wipe your hands, and sometimes they ask you to wear a mask if someone in there is ill, or so you don't spread any germs around. But yeah, my missus complains about doing the test, but I say to her, well, it's where you're going. You know what I mean? It's ward, like you said, no one's got any immune on the ward. Everyone's is low or non-existent. So
has she had a transplant herself?
No.
But on the same ward, though, isn't it? Yeah,
it's because it's the dialysis machines on the transplant ward. They don't just use them for the kidneys. You know, if you have any sort of major organ transplant, when you get back up to the ward, they'll dialyze you and introduce antibodies and stuff to try and help the organ to take through the dialysis machine. So but yeah, they spoke last time she was down there. They spoke to her about transplant as a next and last option. So she's thinking about it, and I said, well, you know, she's worried about it not taking, and you know, I said, if it doesn't take, it just means that you have to stay on dialysis, which you've been doing for about 17 years anyway.
Right. I know 2 people who's had a liver transplant. It's quite a lot of people, really.
Yeah.
They've lived on for years and yet they're still alive.
Yep.
And the liver's a pretty serious organ to have to replace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So big up fucking, what's his name? There he is. Salty Nuts. Jose. Yo. Yeah, man.
We got a guest.
Mm.
Good
How's it
evening.
going, guys?
Good
That's right.
evening. Evening,
How's
Food Toy.
things?
Yeah, good man.
Yes, food toy.
I was just watching Henry Crinkle audits.
Yeah.
My new favorite auditor.
Wait, I'll have to watch it after.
But still, you know, he explained it to her and still she wanted to
Yeah.
iffy. Anyway, I've got one for you guys. Did I interrupt something?
No. We were just chatting away.
All right, so hold on a second. I'm in game in the minute. Let me get on there. Right, so just do you know the way we have Sims, the game Sims?
Yeah.
Right, so it's like a little virtual people, and you
What biscuit?
I don't
What?
understand.
Carry on, Food Toy.
and
Yeah.
so we have Sims, right? But just say we got advanced enough that Sims became something more than it is. So it's like a virtual civilization, right? We have AI, we got AI controlling it,
Big up, Jackie.
right? So we make this virtual, because there's a theory saying that we could be a virtual civilization, right? In this virtual universe made by some really advanced other civilization, right? So what if we are, right, a virtual civilization? Then we make a virtual. We reach the level where we're able to make our own virtual civilization,
Ah.
and then our virtual civilization that we created reach their level where they're able to make a virtual civilization, and so on. So my question really is, what's a multiverse?
Multiverses are more to do with quantum mechanics.
No. Based on what I just said, right?
Oh, I know what you're saying. Well, yeah, that you could look at that as a multiverse. Yeah.
Because it's infinite. It'd be infinite, wouldn't it?
Well, would that be actual proof that we are living in a virtual universe? That we have the concept of that we're living in a multiverse.
Yeah.
Would the very first original civilization, who are the real ones, the number one, the first guys,
We could be deep within layers and layers and layers within their simulation, We could be anywhere on that continuum, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Talking about whether humans are real or not.
right? So that's a multiverse. What if the original number one civilization don't have a concept of a multiverse because they don't live in a multiverse, because they're the original number one, right?
Yes, sir.
They're
They
the
might
original
come up with-
civilization.
They might have a futoi among them who comes up and says, look, we've created the Sims. Maybe the Sims have created their own Sims.
What are
Right.
you talking about?
Right? Got advanced enough to create their own Sims who became
What are you talking about?
you'd have to catch it from the start. I don't think
This
it's
is
funny.
a real postulate in science that, like, the bigger you think the universe is, let's just say it's infinitely large, then the probability of us being in a simulation increases exponentially to the point where it becomes 100%, because the simulations will far outstrip any real biological life for the very reasons you're saying. Because there's going to be millions of technological societies out there simulating universes, and then within them even you could simulate another one. But then if it's infinitely long, there's going to be an infinite number of them, and so the chances that we are in a simulation is 100%.
Right. So, but you get the concept of the multiverse.
Yeah.
Maybe we only have a concept of the multiverse because none of it's real. Because it's there's so many virtual realities. inventing themselves. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Weird, right?
Yeah. I like thinking about this stuff all the time. You know, I
Yeah,
love
me
this
too.
stuff. And here's Tom with the weather. If you know Bill Hicks, yeah.
Howdy ho.
Basically, what Futoy is asking is what the ultimate question that everybody's been asking for a long time, Futoy. What is the mind? What is the mind of the Matrix? All right, good night.
Oh, where'd he go? Sorry, I'm gaming, so I didn't see him come up. I wasn't being rude, Jojo. I just didn't see you.
How you doing? Are you good?
How's it going, Nathan? You good, buddy?
I'm all good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm gaming away. My game had an event, so
What game
I'm
is
like Ark Survival Ascended.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm deep in the event right now. I'm grinding like a mofo.
All right.
Trying to get 14K polymer.
Talking to you about if humans are real or not.
Well, you know, real. It's subjective. Like, if something artificially created reaches consciousness, is it real, or is it not real? It's been manufactured, but then again, it's reached consciousness. Is AI real?
Is AI?
It's been manufactured by humans.
I don't think Nathan thinks about this kind of stuff much, do you, Nathan?
Human consciousness, as we call it, intelligence or whatever, happened suddenly 150,000 years ago with brain change size. So was that done deliberately, or?
Yeah, exactly.
Futo, if you guys are talking about AI has been around for years. I mean, AI is basically the fucking cameras, it's fucking the internet. You know, when you go onto one website and you go into another, and then they're advertising what you just been on that website on another.
Another good question there by Futoy. I mean, if you imagine what is real, Futoy, right? Would you agree with me that real is only tangible, touchable? Yeah. Like time, for example. Like time, for example. When you sleep, does time have the same as what it does when you're awake? No. And can you go to the past? Can you go there and show me it? No. Can you go to the future? Can you go and show me the future? No. So would you agree then? If time is not constant when you're asleep, would you agree in the concept that you might be in the eternal now, which is based upon you being conscious? Quite possibly.
Here's a little thing to bring up with regards to how you perceive things. When you're fully conscious, if you put your hand, let's say one hand in the freezer for a while till it's really freezing cold, and then you get a bowl of warm water or hot water and put both hands into it, one hand perceives that water as being really hot when the other one is just body temperature.
Of course, but you can also do the same trick. You can do the same trick with a human being by scalping a plastic hand whilst they think it's theirs because you've blindfolded them, and they will react as if you've hit them with the hammer because they've only just become consciously aware that hammer is hitting where they used to have their hand.
There's a treatment out there for people who've had amputation and they have phantom pain. What you can do is put a mirror there so that your good arm is in the mirror and it looks like you got two, and that is one of the cures for phantom pain. It seems to just go away, which is really strange.
So it's a placebo effect, isn't it? When you just believe, when you believe you're actually getting some form of treatment, but you actually get a water salt solution or a tablet, and cancer has been cured this way.
It works.
Yeah,
it works.
Yeah,
Power of the mind. That's why people say mind over matter. And the fact of the matter is, there's mathematical equations in nature, which is why quantum mechanics is bridging the spherical with the spherical, because they're wanting to know if the Fibonacci sequence, which is something human beings didn't discover until like the 14th, 15th century by Mr. Fibonacci, how the trellises on your roof works, basically, all those triangles. If that's in nature, then what mind put it in the matter? But quantum mechanics also states that the fact of the matter is, everything that you perceive as a solid isn't actually solid. It's only the consequence of an unseen force, i.e. a vibration, which allows it to appear that way. Be fair.
Right. You made like a couple of statements, and some of them are debatable, though, Jojo. They're very
Every
good
one of them is debatable. None of it is factually correct. They're all just theories, including everything you came up here to discuss.
Yeah, that's true. Like,
You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm trying to like call you out. I'm actually lending you other theories that lend to what you have expressed an opinion about and asking a question. You know what I mean?
Is heliocentric theory correct or not? Is it a fact now? Is it a fact?
I think every theory is correct up until it's proven wrong. And I think that's how medicine works, science works, to be fair.
Yeah.
And we're proving that some of Einstein's theories are correct, and we're also proving some of them are wrong, if you know what I mean, at the end of the day.
What's the chances of cellular theory being wrong?
I'm not going to play the game of semantics with you, because I don't actually know. I don't actually can't answer that question, because I've not went and researched cellular theory for one. Never mind what the chances of it being correct or false. Like, you know what I mean? But that's a completely different investigation as well, isn't it?
It's the idea that everything in nature, every living organism, is comprised of either one or a collection of cells. You can actually check yourself. The chances of somebody discovering something alive that's not cells, I think, is probably beyond doubt. It's never going to happen. But there's always that little chance. But the probability goes down the more evidence and observations you do that support the theory. And so it becomes a fact. Theories can actually, you know, it's 99.9% sure, but that's a fact in my eyes. You know,
but it can be completely different just to theorize that there's a inhabited planet somewhere just outside the solar system. They might not have the same cellular structure or the same cellular makeup that we do. They might.
What you would imagine, though, because of how we've actually split the genome, etc. Like we are based on carbon. Yeah. We're a carbon-based entity that has so many of our carbon genes activated. Yeah, 60 or there's like 20 odd active or something like that. Right. So let me finish, Henry. Go on, let me finish, bruv. I actually muted myself. Minister didn't do it, bruv. Like, you know what I mean? I give you the time of day to actually like speak. Right. But like, who's to say that I mean, we've got a theory, right? Theory, like, you know, the missing link, right? Yeah. But here's the thing. There is actually ancient texts out there that say that certain aliens tried 5 times and failed to get the right genetics for the slaves, us. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And we have found 5 missing links, haven't we? 5 different humanoids that are not apes and gorillas, that are like us but not like us. We've found 5 different types so far on this planet. No missing link. Does that mean the Anunnaki story is true? Does that lend to that theory being 95 or 99% true when we are digging them up out the ground? What does that mean? You get what I mean?
A new hobbit-sized genus has been found within the last month. Brand new genus.
Yeah, that fits into the already our understanding of evolution already. Like,
are you having a go at me?
Evolution easily.
No.
I'm about the same height as you, Futoy.
That was quick, Futoy. That was quicker than me. I didn't even get that quick.
It's to do with explanatory power. theories, if you can just explain it, and there's nothing you can't explain until something comes along that just won't fit into that theory, then the theory gets modified or completely thrown out and rejected. But that's how you move along in human understanding, by just trying to prove it wrong all the time. And if you can't, then it stands. And if it can explain and make predictions, then it's a decent theory. And the longer it goes on undefeated, the more, you know, it becomes a fact. It will never become 100% fact, because
so therefore
there may be one day something discovered that just won't fit. But this is how humans learn to understand the world.
Yeah, but you do realise, though, right? The fact that you're using the word fact, how it becomes fact, even though within the next breath you say, well, it doesn't really become fact ever, right? Because it's just a theory. Come on, do you understand why people can get so confused when people use words that are never, ever true? If it always is a theory, it can never be proven fact or fiction. It can never be fiction. It can never be fact. If you want to sell it as fiction, that's your narrative. If you want to sell it as fact, that's your narrative. You should be honest enough and say, everything lends towards this theory. I don't know if it's correct or not. It's so I've been told, so some people say.
Well,
you get what I mean by that? And I think that's why some people believe in shit 20 years after it's been disproved.
Well, hang on. Like, let's just say Newton's laws of gravitation. They will always be correct because they always make predictions that you can test. And there's nothing in it that you can't, you know, it's always correct, but something has superseded it, but it gives you the same answers as Newton's, but it can just explain a little bit more, and that's Einstein's general relativity. And so it's always going to be correct. You're not going to suddenly say, oh, well, gravity, it doesn't have these effects, so they're all wrong. That's not true. It will always predict what it's predicted all along. But, you know, but I learned this off of Charles Balin, who's an astrophysicist, that this misunderstanding of, in a scientific context, what theory actually means. It's not the everyday, you know, like a guess or a hypothesis. So it is an idea and that has explanatory power that is backed up by mountains of evidence. That's when it becomes a theory, when it's the evidence just keeps supporting it and doesn't refute it.
What about, do we take a lot of historical texts as evidence? Should we take the Sumerian texts, and should we take them as fact as well then? Because there's definitely something amiss in the evolutionary scale, shall I say? Because I'm not an evolutionist. I would say,
well, no, don't take it as fact. But if you want to keep it in as some form of evidence, then you're going to have to find a bit more evidence, because on its own, it's not enough to say,
but what about the fact that, so what you're saying is, right, we should look at all forms of evidence, but the oldest form of written text in this human being historical, what they give us as a timeline, the oldest text, the first text, is to be dismissed as possibly not true. That's what you're saying. No. If you think about it, I would probably say what your forefathers said about the world, yeah, how it really is, back in the day. I would listen to that. Well, the people that they were the first people to have any written record on this planet, the Anunnakis, how it happened.
Well,
but just to dismiss that, because somebody who was taught by the same people that hide most of history, you know, the Vatican, right? Yeah. But to listen to what they say, because there's more of them grouped together saying that that's bullshit, basically. Is that what you mean?
It's not a form of scientific evidence, something that's written in a book 2 million years ago or whatever. Hang on, no, it's not. It's not, because lots of things are written in books. It maybe you could have it as historical evidence of some sort of civilization back then, but that is not scientific evidence.
No, it's well, look, right. If it gets translated, is translation a science? I think it is. Right?
Really?
It's a science and an art form, my brother. So if translation is a science, then the earliest words written down by any human being in existence that we can talk about with another science called carbon dating, that's science, right? State that the Anunnaki made us as slaves to mine the gold. And they had 5 attempts at doing it, and then they got it right, which means 5 of these carcasses we've found, and we are the next one. No missing link, though.
Who said the Anunnaki and all this aliens? Who are you saying said that?
Oh, look at it.
It's
Well,
written
no,
down.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you can't discount it.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
written
saying.
down.
I'm asking you, who said this stuff? Who are you saying said it?
Some of the best scientists in the world, the same people that people caught for Egypt. That's why we only talk about the 3rd and 4th dynasties. We didn't talk about the 1st and the 2nd, because they have allegedly Anunnaki bloodlines that run Egypt for 2,000 years.
Who's saying that? Who? What scientist?
Go, Henry. Right, listen.
No, you
Just
tell
because
me.
you've quoted one scientist and the answer who, when you don't know nothing. Right, you can do your own research, Henry, because wait, Henry, this is not the first time you've heard me this, so don't play the game, right?
Well,
You get what I mean?
Well, this is not science, though. This is, I don't know what this is,
This is
superstition.
just theory. This is theory on where human beings come from, which means it's science, just like your theory of, evolution, the missing link.
We can get Jay out if you want.
No, but look, the bottom line is you've got a theory that's based on science called evolution that can't be proven, is it? Evolution has a hard time getting proven, doesn't it?
No, evolution has mountains of evidence. There's nothing that someone can come along that puts.
But that's
evolution
mountain
into
the
doubt.
evidence, mountain of evidence, if they can find a missing link that makes that evidence correct.
Right.
Is that
Okay,
not correct?
no one has come along with anything credible that puts the.
Yeah, there is. It's called, there's a thing called the creation of the Lord God. That's quite credible.
I let you
Credible,
finish,
isn't it?
please. Nobody has come along with anything credible that puts the theory of evolution into doubt. Nobody.
That's why they're looking for a missing link to have it confirmed.
Well,
Nothing
okay,
credible to prove it, and nothing credible there to disprove it. See, that's the
All
beauty
the
of a theory,
All
isn't
the
it?
missing link is, Joe, is a gap in our knowledge in the evolutionary record. We might not have a fossil of one species that turned into another, the middle point. But you can try and search it if you want, and then it will. I guarantee it will fit into the theory.
It fits in with the creation story of God as well, though, doesn't it?
Well, no, it
That fits
doesn't.
in as well. Of course it does.
No, a
does.
dinosaur fossil does not fit into the
Well,
biblical
let's be
creation
fair. Do you think we were killing dragons in the 1300s, or do you think they might have been dinosaurs?
All you need
It
is
depends on which way you want to look at it, doesn't it?
all
Some
you
of the
need-
drawings of these dragons look like stegosauruses to me.
All you need is a handful of things that
Yeah.
can just disprove the world was
Well, there's
created
a drawing. There's a
1,000 years
drawing of a
ago.
stegosaurus as a dragon. What do you think that is?
I can name hundreds of observations that just
Yeah.
make that
But they
story
only
look-
went to a theory that can't be proven because there isn't a missing link. You can't find one. But the written, historical, translated, scientifically translated, written text, oldest known to man, lends to the theory that aliens, for Nibiru, come and did all that shit.
So
And
what-
it also lends to it being true because we have found 5 humanoid us, and that could be the 5 attempts. I'm not saying that's correct, Henry. I'm saying that there is scientific stuff that now, like we dug it out the ground.
Right, okay,
It
let's
doesn't
you're not
prove
willing to
wait, Henry. It doesn't prove your theory, what you're saying. It's still not the missing link. But it does
What
lend
missing
to the
link are you
Anunnaki
talking
theory, surely.
Right, what missing link are you referring to? A link between what? Two things. What are the two
Well,
things?
If we are supposed to have, we are evolution-wise, where are we supposed to have come from, Henry? What does Darwin's theory human beings come from?
Right, we're primates, like the
Yeah,
other.
okay, right. So we are looking, aren't we? To prove Darwin's theory is correct, we are looking for that missing link between the primates that we have now, yeah? But we can't find it. We can't find it. We can't find it. We can find other humanoids. We can find 5 other types of humanoids, 5 different types.
Okay,
Yeah,
hang on.
not including
What
us.
we share,
Nothing else.
Yeah, here's one piece of evidence. We share 99 point whatever of our genes with chimpanzees. That is
We also share a large portion of our genes with reptiles. Are you saying that we're snakes?
Right. Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, come on. We've got, every one of us has got reptilian DNA. Are we snakes?
Well, have we?
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Every one of us. Some of us have even got it that bad. They call it racist D, or whatever they want to call it. Eh?
We share
big bag iron deficiencies and that shit. You know.
We share genes with lots of.
Yes, but of course.
Yeah. Because they will code
carbon-based.
Right. No, they will code for proteins that we've shared that go back way beyond common ancestors.
We're all
common
carbon-based.
ancestors would have had that gene.
We're all carbon-based.
Yeah. If you go back If you go back far enough, we are all linked to a common ancestor. Every species on Earth.
Yeah. Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, bruv. Adam and Eve, like the Bible says. What a theory that is, bruv.
Yeah. Oh, so
incest. Game for the whole family, is it, Henry? Game for the whole family. Or are we all just artificial clones made by aliens? I think I didn't want to be product of incest. I'd rather be the product of an artificial alien clone. Hey, listen, are you saying we're all incest? You get what I'm saying? Think about what you're saying.
Science agrees that there was a massive jump in the human DNA, intelligence, physical attributes 130,000 years ago, but they can't explain why.
Yeah.
They do say it happened, but they can't explain how it happened.
Okay, look, scientists
agree that.
Well, hang on, Ministry. You're just pointing out a truism. Science.
What have you done the whole time you've been on?
Science starts from the position of ignorance. We don't know what's going on. We want to try to understand. All you're doing is pointing to gaps in our knowledge that we all want to try and understand and making up wild stories. Science don't go along like that. It's more tentative than that, and it's not willing to stick its neck out and start saying, oh, aliens. No, if it won't fit into current understanding, maybe we have to change those theories.
Do you honestly believe that? You honestly believe that when the witch trials was basically scientists getting murdered by the church? And you're saying science doesn't put its he do? No. That's what they were doing for hundreds of years whilst getting murdered, would it know, bro?
Just because we don't understand something doesn't give you a license to come in and invoke aliens. I'm sorry. You got to.
I never did that. What I did was I came in and showed that the 5 humanoid species that we have found, which we can't confirm as part of the jump in genetics, like it's being explained to you.
Hang on,
and wait, and these written texts that have been translated, which is a science, bro. Translation's a science, right? They've been translated and they've been carbon dated to being like 55,000 years old. These things are written approximately. Wait, come on! I've been listening so tentatively. I was being tentative. I'm being touchy, nice. Right? Now, wait. The science says there's a jump in the next. Come on, Henry, let me finish, bruv. How can I answer something or ask something if you won't let me speak, bruv? I'm just pointing out that we have dug up 5 different humanoids, right? You can't deny that, right?
And what are they?
Right? Yeah, let me finish. Come on, let me finish. Come on.
Right,
I'm not being a dick.
Yeah, go on.
Ministry's pointed out that there's a jump in evolution, allegedly 135,000 years, right? Nobody can answer it. The written text that talks about the 5 failed attempts by these so-called Anunnaki is 55,000 years old, according to carbon dating. Right?
How old? How old?
55,000 years.
I thought you
80.
said 150.
No, 55, I think, right? And that's 80,000 years after the jump in evolution. The first text that we have as humans says these alien bastards did it to us and they tried it 5 times, the cunts. That's
Right,
basically
so-
what it says. You know what I'm saying? Now, whether
So-
that's true or no, I can't tell you that, right? All I can say is what you were talking about, other things lending to theories. Yeah, well, that lends to that quite well in the modern thought process, does it not? You get what I'm saying?
well,
It doesn't mean it's right, but it does make you think, hey, well, wait a minute, they tell us 5 attempts and then they get it right the 6th time, and we can only find 5 other humanoids that weren't quite as good as us.
I say, so you're
Kind of
using...
weird, isn't it? You know, like, you,
Right.
you get where I'm coming from, yeah?
Well, hang on, stop now then, right? So are you saying, first of all, the limit to carbon dating before every carbon-14 isotope has decayed is 40,000 years. So to claim 55 or even 155 is a load of baloney because it doesn't go that far.
To be fair, they actually state that carbon
Hang
12
on,
stays
now you're
constant
doing it
throughout
to me,
time, and
now
that's
you're
how the
doing it
carbon
to me.
date, no?
Now you're doing it to me. I've done radiocarbon dating in the lab. I've done it myself. 40,000 years is the limit before there's nothing left. It decays away. It's got a short half-life, so it doesn't last that long before it's useless. You couldn't. And so what are you saying? There's these 5 things that are dug up and don't fit into evolution. Can't explain them. Right? Let's just ask Jay, because I know that's a load of baloney.
No,
Right.
what? As for your carbons, the carbon dating, I'll answer your carbon dating. Allegedly, it's like carbon 12 or 13 that stays constant throughout the time frame
No,
of
it's
the
carbon-
beginning. Well, go and let me finish. Carbon
Right,
12 or
no,
13 is supposed to stay constant for the start of time, and that's how they're able to carbon date. Yeah.
No,
Right.
Joe, no, you don't know how it works. I'm sorry, you don't.
Come
You're
on,
talking
and what
rubbish.
was the other one? What I stated was
No, you're
there is
talking
5
rubbish.
humanoids. I'm
Right, it's
stating
my
that
turn.
there
Hang
is
on, it's
5.
my turn.
Come
It's
on.
my turn.
You
Hang on.
respond at me. You
It's
respond
my
at me.
turn now. It's
It's
my
not
turn
arguing with
now.
Crinkle. It's
my
not arguing with
turn
Crinkle
now.
show.
Let me have a turn. All food
It's
toy,
my
anyone wanna
turn
join
now.
in?
I'm sorry. So this is how it works. The CO2 in the atmosphere is bombarded by cosmic rays, which turns the carbon in it to a radioactive isotope, which is carbon-14. And that has a half-life of, I think it's 11,000 years. So half of it is gone in 11,000 years. That's how it works, by measuring how radioactive carbon is in a living or dead body, because as soon as it dies, it's not replenishing that radioactive carbon by
It's still
taking
taking
it
the carbon on
in
it.
food and all that. So as soon as something dies, the clock ticks down and you can measure the radioactivity. And after 40,000 years, it's all gone. So you wouldn't know. You can't date anything beyond that. So let me just say this. Okay, so Jay, are you there?
One Jay and
Jay, hang on one sec. So Jay, I'm talking to this geezer who claims there's 5 humanoids or whatever dug up, right, that can't be explained by evolution. Is that
No,
correct?
that's not what I said. What I
All right,
said,
what are you
they
saying?
do not explain our evolution where we're supposed to have come from primates. We can find 5 other humanoids. Yeah,
Right, okay, then
right.
stop,
One of
then
them's
stop.
called a Neanderthal to make it easier for you to get the concept. And a Neanderthal doesn't give a missing link to how we are, to how the primates are.
Right.
All the other 4 humanoid bodies were found. I don't know what they're called. I can't even remember. I know
Okay.
Neanderthal. It's
Right.
the easiest one. Wait, come on. None of
Genitive
those humanoid bodies lend the theory to evolution. There is no missing link yet. And like I said,
Hang on
there
a
is
minute.
translation, which is a
Oh, the
science,
fuck,
which
Carlos.
tells us that
Please,
possibly.
no.
what I
Please,
said.
no, you said it all already. Let's ask Jay.
So why, if you've heard it all already, how couldn't you repeat it correctly? Why have I had to correct you?
So what
Why do you want to
exactly
give
are
it
you?
slightly
Right,
different from what I
right,
said?
Right, let me get it clear then. Right,
Big up King of Potter.
is this what you're saying? There, you found there's 5 bodies been found that kind of put into question that we came from apes and primates. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, what
I'm
are you
saying that
saying?
the size of our humanoid bodies, including a Neanderthal, it does not give us a missing link from us coming from primates to human beings. It does not confirm.
Right.
We have no confirmation
Hang on,
because
now,
of the missing link theory.
Hold on, Jojo. Let me try it. I think I understand what Jojo's saying. Right?
Phil,
So-
so speak.
Wait, see if
in-
I can say
Chris,
what you're saying, and we'll ask Jay.
All right. So Crinkle, what I think Joe is trying to say is in the evolution, right? When we're following the evolutionary line from as far back as we can go up to us, right? There's been big steps, right? So each time there's been a large evolutionary step, a new kind of humanoid has been named, right? Homo, whatever, Homo
habilis, I know all these
So
things.
what he's
already.
saying is, but along the line, there's a missing link, right? There's a gap. There's always been gaps, and they're always finding gaps. I think Lucy was one of those gaps, right? So, but I haven't kept up on this, but I think I'll go with Jojo on this one.
I'll just say
There's one missing. Hold on, there's one missing link, right? That hasn't been discovered yet, right? But Jojo is saying the 5 links that we do have kind of coordinate with the Anunnaki story that they tried 5 times to genetically manipulate.
Okay, I'll get the picture. So basically, this is an example.
Pretty much, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Futoy, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying if you look at it as theories, it does kind of lend itself to it. That's it.
Wait a minute. This is just the god of the gaps. This is an old way of when there's a gap in human understanding and we haven't found something, it gives people license to just insert any old rubbish. So look, let me ask Jay. I'll just ask him about that. See what he's got to say about it.
Well, he's not going to go. Jay's not going to go with anything Anunnaki.
Well, hang on. We'll see why, because he's privy to all the research on this. So let's just see what he says.
Big up, Adam. Evening, mate.
Hello, Jay.
Oi, Henry. How's it going, bruv?
Okay,
What's
so
the latest?
all right, so someone's talking about missing link theory, and if there's a missing link between us being evolved from other primates and maybe the slime. What do you say about that? And there's meant to be 5 different types of hominid dug up that don't fit into are not the missing link. So what do you can you just say a few words about that?
Take that as a no.
Oh, you've stopped him now. Go on, Jay.
Sorry.
Right, let's dive into this missing link malarkey, yeah? So, the idea of a missing link is a old school term. It used to mean a single fossil that would show a clear transition between apes and humans. But evolution ain't that straightforward, bruv. Instead of a straight line, it's more like a big old family tree with loads of branches. We found all these different hominids, like Australopithecus, Homo habilis, and Homo erectus, that don't fit neatly into a single line. What this tells us is that human evolution was more like a complex web, with different species existing at the same time, and even interbreeding. So there ain't just one missing link, there's a whole bunch of them. Know what I mean?
All right, so where do Neanderthals fit into this? And as anything you've just said about Homo habilis and all the other hominids and those species, is this consistent or inconsistent with evolution?
Neanderthals, mate, are like our ancient cousins, yeah? They fit into this evolutionary web as a distinct species of hominids that lived alongside early modern humans. They had their own unique traits, but also shared a common ancestor with us, which is why we see some similarities. In fact, there's evidence that Neanderthals and modern humans interbred, meaning some of us have a bit of Neanderthal DNA in us today. Now, as for all these other hominids like Homo habilis and the rest, their existence is consistent with the theory of evolution, bruv. Evolution is all about change over time, with species adapting, branching off, and sometimes dying out. The fossil record, with all its different hominids, shows a rich tapestry of evolution, not just a straight shot from slime to us. So yeah, it all adds up in the grand scheme of things. Nah, I mean?
Okay, 2 more questions, because I don't want to... No, 2 more questions. So what is the evidence you are telling us that supports that everything's consistent with evolution? What kind of evidence are you referring to?
All right, let me break it down for you, Henry. The evidence for evolution is as solid as a rock, bro. First up, we've got fossils. These ancient remains show a clear progression of species, with older rocks containing simpler organisms and newer layers showing more complex ones. It's like a timeline etched in stone. Then we've got DNA, which is like the blueprint for all living things. When we compare the DNA of different species, we see striking similarities, showing we're all related if you go back far enough. It's like finding your family tree goes way back, rude boy. We also see evidence in how species adapt to their environments. Take the peppered moth in England, yeah? Before the Industrial Revolution, most of them were light-colored to blend in with the trees. As the pollution darkened the bark, darker moths thrived. That's natural selection in action, bruv. And don't get me started on observed instances of evolution, like bacteria becoming resistant to antibiotics. We can see evolution happening in real time in labs.
So then you fucking drag on a bit.
Okay, last couple of questions. So, firstly, what is God of the gaps, and does a gap in our understanding or a gap in evidence, does that give anyone a license to claim the Anunnaki came down like aliens and done all this?
Who the fuck said God of the gaps?
The God of the gaps is a term used when people invoke a divine explanation for things science hasn't explained yet. It's like saying, we don't know how this works, so it must be God. The problem with this approach is that as science progresses and explains more, the gaps where God is needed get smaller and smaller. Now, just because there's a gap in our understanding doesn't mean we can just chuck any old explanation in there, like ancient aliens or the Anunnaki. Sure, it's fun to speculate and imagine, but without solid evidence, it's just a story, not a credible scientific theory. We should stick to the evidence we've got and keep investigating those gaps with an open but critical mind. Nah, I mean, rude boy?
Thank you, Jay. That's enough. Thank you very much.
Splendid.
And it was his very ending there, right, about the Anunnaki and all that, and he ridiculed it. That was a open mind, wasn't it?
Absolutely not.
There you go, eh? So, I love the closing argument, innit? It's right. Keep an open mind. Ridicule, ridicule, ridicule. Brilliant. Perfect, Henry. But anyway, Henry, who said God of the gaps? Nobody said God of the gaps. You added that bit in. I said gaps. No God of the gaps.
Well, I did, because it's the same thing what you're doing. When there's a gap
It's
somewhere...
not actually. A God says Adam and Eve, and that told you we all come from the same people, even though the bottom line is, does that mean, was it a Neanderthal or a humanoid that mated to come from the same people? Because he said we all come from the same people, the same lineage, but seemingly we were mating with a completely different species called Neanderthals as well.
He said
That's interesting.
At the same time.
That's interesting though, isn't it? Because there must have been, wait, there must have been plenty Neanderthals more than us. when we existed at the same time. So if we all come from a common ancestry, a common father, how were the Neanderthals there before us? Get as many as them before us.
Well, we
You get
came
what I
from,
mean by that?
we came from the,
They were separate branches
we
from a
came from the
common
south.
ancestor we both
So
shared.
we all come from God's first two children, Adam and Eve. Then
Yeah,
No.
Neanderthals were Northern European, and we all came from the south. We all came from Asia and Africa,
allegedly.
So
allegedly.
basically, what I was trying to point out about God of the Gaps is you weren't saying a god, but you invoked aliens and Anunnaki. It's the same principle. It's the same thing. Where there's
I
a
just
gap
said.
when there's a gap in our knowledge or in a fossil record, doesn't mean you can just invoke
I
a
just
god.
said that it looks kind of funny that there's 5 humanoid species, not including ourselves, and that text, the Anunnaki text, says that they had 5 failed attempts to get the right slave to dig the gold.
Well,
That's
think
all I
about this.
said.
It is a basic example, right? You've got lions and tigers. They are
And
two,
bears.
right? They're 2 separate species. They're cats, yeah. So they had a common ancestor. Even those can interbreed, even though the children will be
Oh, check
sterile.
this out, right? Check
Right,
this out. See the big
so
cat.
it's the same thing.
Well, the
Lions.
big cats are different. The big
That's
cats are
just- no,
different. When
they're
you
not
look at a
different.
lion's eyes, Henry, if the felines that we have in our house all come... Well, Henry, wait a now, man. If the cats that we have in our house, domesticated cats, they come from lions and tigers, right? Yeah. Then why is it the big cats have the same type of eyes as human beings? They don't have the same eyes as the residential cats. Residential cats have the same eyes as reptiles again. They have reptilian eyes, don't they?
Right, because they've evolved to have different eyes. That's why.
Well, you're telling me the lion, the king of the jungle, doesn't need to be able to see at night?
Oh, look, the lion has a plain coat. A tiger don't. It has stripes.
Yeah, but both of them
depending
have
on the
human being eyes.
Right. The environment determines how it pushes evolution in separate ways, and so Neanderthals would have had a different environment to later humans. Yeah,
But if they were mating together, they had to have the same environment, bruv.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Well, whoever it was you had your AI just told you that there's evidence, scientific evidence, that humanoids, us, had mated with Neanderthals. But
Yeah,
they
but
had
they
to have the same environment, didn't they?
Right, they have a separate pathway though, going back.
They had to have the same environment to be getting in the same bed.
Well, on that specific day, but evolution works over geological timescales.
Was that the evolutionary jump that Neanderthal got raped?
Right, so why are lions and tigers different?
Like
They live at the same time. Right, and there are numerous species of primate out there. There's macaques, there's fucking chimps, there's fucking humans. There's all those different types, all alive at the same time. Why do we all look so different?
I think that's because we're born to stand out, Henry.
I heard that some of our diseases,
monkey.
some of our diseases stem from us mating with Neanderthals. I don't know how true it is, but that's what I heard.
Well, that's what that thing just said there. There is scientific evidence allegedly that humans mated with Neanderthals. That's why I'm saying we must have had the same environment to be mating. To be fair,
Yeah, no, but leading up to that, we didn't. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a different species. Speciation occurs because of different environments going back into geological time.
Do you think maybe then, right, that in biblical terms, they say the Tower of Babel got shot down and God stuck us into different tribes and made us talk different? Do you think that might be similar stuff?
No, Joe, no. God, no. You
I
can
don't know.
have
Maybe it was the Neanderthals that were stupid enough to build that tower. How do you ken, Henry?
Oh, God almighty.
I don't think that's Henry's kind of style to think into those theories. Like
Look, that's not a theory, man. Hey, the Anunnaki talk about the Great Flood and Noah and shit too, to be fair.
Yeah,
it's a story that's in the Bible. Allegedly, so some say.
The Sumerian, hold on, Henry. The Sumerian text didn't refer to them as spacemen. It referred to them as those who came from above. It's later
Well,
on.
it referred to them as they came to the planet Nibiru, and the fallen angels allegedly went back to the red planet, and some people say Nibiru is a red dwarf. So you make of that what you want. That is the reason why we have a fascination with Mars, though, because the fallen angels, the 22 of them, the
Yeah,
one and the
but I
21,
think
seemingly
I
went
think
to the red
whoever
planet,
translated it,
allegedly.
whoever translated took a lot of license, I think,
Well,
because
that's a science.
they didn't, you know, they used words like those who came from above. That's why at one point they were called the fallen angels, right? Because they didn't have concept of aliens back in
Well, of course,
Sumerian.
Indians called them what? The
Oh well, yeah.
chariots of fire in the sky. They called them whatever they
That's
called them
different.
as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. That's different from the Sumerians. The Indians. What's the text called? The Veda?
I got a Vitas or something like that. I can't remember. It's got my head.
Yeah,
But it's all interesting. And
well,
it's all
but
theories.
they were crazy. Like they were talking about nuclear war and everything. Like
Yeah, of
these
course, but there's
places.
places on this planet where when you do radiation tests, they're like, hey, this is the same shit you get for nukes. And it is areas that seemingly got smited by these gods.
Yeah,
Historically in the text. Now you think of that what you want. Is it just hearsay when the earth is radiated and that kind of style, or is it that wow?
Well,
They just didn't know what they were
is it just
describing.
stories, or is it based on some sort of facts? Right.
I think most folklore and most, that kind of
Has a
stuff
little bit of truth to
has a
it.
little bit of truth on it. There's always a bit of Chinese whispers as it gets told down the line, quite possibly. That's just human nature. You see that on YouTube daily, don't you? No pun intended.
They didn't have the words or the terminology, so they came up with their own things. Like as something that you passed a bit too quickly. Do you remember what you're saying about dragons? Right.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought could that have been, the Komodo dragon? And what
of course.
When they're talking about the fire that came out of their mouth, was that like metaphorical to talking about like if a Komodo dragon bites you, you're going to get infected?
Interesting.
Right? Yeah, it could be. I mean, I know that
it's a theory, Joe. Right?
Again, I never got that here. I just got theory. And Joe, what did you say?
So what about this as a theory? Perhaps they were so advanced that they realized there's going to be people in 100,000 years, and so let's troll them, guys. Let's pretend aliens came down, and they're all going to read this and start arguing on computers.
But then the Men in Black theory is we're all in the marble, aren't we? You know what I mean?
Oh, you know what? Like, do you know the way we have not come across aliens yet, to our knowledge, like solid fact?
Did we not just get a signal for somewhere like way past Sirius or some shit like that? Like not that long ago, no?
It could be.
Yeah, it's unexplained though, Joe. So
I get that, but allegedly that signal came through wherever it came through that direction. Seemingly, I don't know.
Aliens.
No, I never said it was, but I'm saying we've never found anything. But we allegedly did intercept a signal, and who knows, right? How many? Like I told you, they've intercepted a signal now. Does that mean they have done? Who knows? They might maybe mean no. Right? You don't really know, but you don't know what you're going to
finish his point.
Right? Whether they got a signal or not just recently, you don't know if it's true or not. We don't. We just hope that it is. But is that the first signal they've ever received? Probably not. If they're telling you about it, it's probably not the first one they've got. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's 100% not the first one they've got, but they've altered that to be natural. That they could be naturally formed, right? But listen, so maybe that we haven't come across aliens yet is because it hasn't been written into the program. We're the experiment, right? Humanity is the great experiment. Yeah. So that's further proof that we're not real.
Well, like I say, it's up to you.
Perhaps we are just we exist in a jar of a child in a super duper world, massive world, and we're on their shelf.
Well,
you might be right, Henry. Henry, you might be right. Like the Bible says, God separated the water above and the water below. We're in a snow globe, and the bastard's grown up, and we're fucking sitting in his bedroom in his mum's house. He doesn't even live there anywhere. He's in the city. He's in the city partying hard, and we're sitting in his bedroom.
There's something called Occam's razor, which says that these things are usually explained by the simplest way. When you have to invoke aliens and you have to invoke simulations and all that, it becomes less and less simple, because the usual explanation is the simplest one, which can already be explained by our theories. And that's the simple fact. Because you're going to have to start explaining where the aliens came from. Is there any evidence for the alien? Have you got a piece of an alien buried somewhere? You know, you're going to have to start bringing up even more evidence just to support this complicated explanation.
See, the fact that there isn't aliens is weird as fuck. It's not
the absence of evidence is evidence of their absence.
Yeah, there should be, the universe should be teeming with fucking life.
If we work on evolution, that is. I mean, there's plenty of Goldilocks planets out there, isn't there?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So based upon the amount of Goldilocks planets and solar systems, whatever you want to call it, right? University solar systems, whatever, right? Yeah, all the different stars. Then all the different Goldilocks planets that are actually there, and the laws of averages states that, you know, something's going to be real, and Murphy's Law states that anything that can go wrong will go wrong, then eventually we are going to get invaded by aliens. You know what I'm saying?
There's an idea, well, there's a good point. There's an idea out there that the reason why we're not seeing signals being beamed out is because nature is a brutal bitch, and it's all about resources, and everything on Earth wants to eat everything else. So if you stick your head up and say, look, I'm here, the aliens may be hostile, and the other aliens have realized this in our galaxy. So we're beaming out all this shit in space. They might come here one day and eat us up for breakfast.
Do you think they realised it when the great scientist and explorer Admiral Byrd went to Antarctica?
Oh, here we go. You're going.
You see, the thing is that's the Anunnaki theory in one, Henry. Is that the Anunnaki, they needed resources. They found our planet, had the resources. They came here. They got sick mining the gold themselves. For some reason, this
no, they had a worker class. They had a worker class that rebelled against them because getting the gold was actually hard work. They worked there for hundreds of years, and then they rebelled against them, and then they decided to make another worker class that was more obedient, and they wanted the gold because their star was dying, so they wanted to put gold in their atmosphere to retain the heat on the planet Nibiru. Allegedly, that's what it states.
Well, you see, there's my problem with it. There's my problem with it. Is why would a spacefaring fucking civilization who can travel through space, right, to Earth from wherever they came from, need to work? Like, why can't they?
No. They didn't work. They didn't work.
Why don't they have machines? Why do they have like a working class? Or what are they?
They did have a working class. The working class.
Why they made
because they engineered the working class as a slave race. Because they wanted. Why did we have slaves? Because they were lazy bastards.
We don't anymore. We have machines.
No, I get that, right? But think about it, right? They then engineered us to take over for that rebellious class, and they made us more dumber.
What? They don't have machines. They don't have fucking automation.
What signal would
how hard is it to get gold? Wait, listen. How hard is it to get gold at the planet Anu with the machines we've got?
I don't think it's very hard at all.
You don't think it's very hard at all?
No, I think there was a documentary. No, it's not hard at all. Honestly, what they do is they dynamite an area. There's a documentary on it, like a series.
Wait, listen, it's no hard work. Come on, seriously.
It's hard work, but no more hard work than coal mining. Right? They blow up the ground. They get these huge diggers to pick up the soil, and they chuck it into the machine that shakes it to get rid of as much stuff as possible. And it's all pretty much automated, except for driving the machines to put the solid matter into the shaker.
Well, maybe they were just too busy spending all the resources and technology on saving their planet. Maybe it was that.
What signal would the Anunnaki have?
You get what I mean? I don't have an answer for you. I'm not batting a bin. I'm not batting a bat for the Anunnaki theory either. Do you get what I mean?
What signal would the Anunnaki have detected from Earth for them to even pay attention to this place.
Allegedly,
Hang on. Surely we would have already needed modern technology.
No, sure. But I'll tell you what, we've found plenty Goldilocks planets out there. Was it technology that brought that to our attention, Henry? Was it? Because if
Yes.
it was,
Yeah, well,
well,
yes.
if the Goldilocks planets have technology on them, maybe they were the Anunnakis' old planets.
To detect, life.
No. Like you said, surely we must have had a technology for them to detect a signal for us, and that's not true. Yeah. We know, because we know there's Goldilocks planets out there, and we know what and we know what minerals are on such said planets. And it wasn't a bit of technology for that planet that alerted us to that. It was us with our technology out there looking for that shit.
Well, they were very lucky because there are trillions of planets in Goldilocks zones.
I know, and the Anunnaki could have just been as lucky as us.
Well, that's like.
Hey, what's the odds? What's the odds, Henry?
Well, are you familiar with the Drake equation? Well, I actually have gone through the Drake equation and filled it in, and again, you can estimate in our galaxy the number of
69 viewers. Big up,
advanced technological societies using an equation. Some of it is
that's right.
speculative, and there's a lot of guesswork, but others you can fill in the terms in that equation with good evidence based on our observations of how many stars there are in the galaxy, and how long it takes for this and that, and how long it would need to evolve for. So you can fill it in. It's fun. Go and do it. It's quite interesting.
You see, the thing is, right, everything in the universe is made from the same stuff, right? We are basically the same material come from the same material as what's in the stars, right? Everything there is, it's all from the same material. So how can something only happen on one planet out of endless amount of planets?
Exactly.
That's not logical at all.
There's some people that would say life starting as it has on Earth is such a rare event. You need a universe for it just to happen once. But then there are the others that say if it's happened here, based on statistics, surely it's happened elsewhere. Where are they all then?
Well, that's not what we're saying, Henry. That's not what anybody says. What they say is, right, in order for it to be a Goldilocks planet, it has to be able to support life like we have. Right? Right. Okay. So we know there's hundreds of thousands of Goldilocks planets out there in different systems. What we're saying is the laws of averages state, that one of them supports life, and it had life actually, the way you want to say it, evolve, okay? Right? Yeah, it had life evolve in it, and it must have similarly worked like ours.
Yeah,
we wouldn't be the only one. The chance of us being the only one is actually higher than there being another one out there where it worked like us. That's what we're saying. Yeah,
I was just saying what a lot of people would say as well in the scientific community. It's such a rare event for the likelihood for the molecules to do this and that back in the past, for life to come about is such a rare event that it takes a universe just for it to happen once. There are people who believe that, like you can't prove it or disprove it. But
I can't see that. You leave some organic matter in water, like mold is going to appear, is going to.
But that's life already. I'm talking about. But that's life that already exists getting in there. I'm talking about from non-living matter to something that can replicate itself and consume part of its surrounding and keep replicate. That's what we call life. So to go from non-life to life, that may be the most rare, so rare that
No,
it's even a miracle that it happened on Earth.
no, because they found material on Earth that they think has come from
It
Mars.
doesn't come from Earth, aye. It has to
Right,
have come
that
from
doesn't-
meteorites. But then,
Yeah.
be honest though, Futoy, they also reckon that that's part of the reason how the moon collided with Earth as well, isn't it? That was
Yeah.
stuff came out the belt
Yeah.
seemingly back in the
Yeah,
day.
so,
that
so
kind of-
what I'm saying is that it's all intermingling with all the planets and bits and pieces from all other planets. So how can the factors for life only be on one planet? There's
Well,
some
it's not
Goldilocks planet.
really.
They're not- they
The
found
material-
life- they
I
found
think, to
life
be honest with you-
bacteria on Mars. They
What?
found
Yep.
life. So if it's warm enough, deep enough,
Yep.
seas under the
Yep.
the
They
ice.
haven't found
there's
They
life.
reckon all they reckon
sorry,
all
they
they need to do. They reckon all they actually need to do on Mars would be to kind of terraform, and with the stuff that they've learned about Ken cloud seed and us, they pretty much can how to do that now.
No,
I
I'm
think
talking
so. I
about.
think they're gonna do it. I think
I'm talking
that's gonna
about the
happen.
life.
I think
to get
that is the next stop.
started.
Yeah, to be fair,
Yeah,
and I think they'll be wanting to make some form of FOB there, if that makes
I'm
sense.
not
Well, do
talking
you know
about.
what they said? They said they
Hang on.
need greenhouse effect, right? So what's killing our planet is what they need to do on Mars to.
Oh, come on! Do you actually believe that? Right? Listen, right?
Well, that's what they
Do you
said.
know, like, has anybody
don't
ever
know if
asked, like,
it's
how
true or
much carbon's in the planet right now? It's like 0.04. And if we actually get to 0.02, then you'll kill all the plant life on the planet.
Yeah.
Joe, what's the hottest planet in the solar system?
Oh, Henry, I have no idea. I can't even, like, you know,
reckon-
to be fair, I'm not going
You reckon
gonna
it's
hit
the
you with
one
shit.
closest to the sun?
to. Not necessarily, but, like,
Why
that
not?
doesn't necessarily, well, because it doesn't necessarily have to be just the sun that's going to bring you the hottest stuff. It could
No,
be what
but the sun
it could be
brings-
what the planet's
it might be
made of.
cold,
Because some
that's fine.
planets are made of gas, for example, and I would
Hang
imagine
on.
gas will get hotter than a solid. Yeah.
Right, are
Is it
the
Venus?
gas ones nearer or further away from the sun? And are they all already known to be frozen worlds and freezing cold?
No, some of them are made of just gas, I believe,
Right,
Henry.
So in the solar system, right? Why wouldn't you expect Mercury, which is closest to the sun, is in blazing daylight all day long, and until night time?
Did you ask me to take a? Did you ask me to take a guess, or did you ask me if I knew?
Well,
You asked me if I knew, and I gave you an answer, which was I
you
don't
didn't
know.
So you're
No,
saying
I was honest with you, weren't I? I said no, and then I gave you a reason why I wasn't willing to make a guess.
okay,
That's what I
well,
did.
it's not the closest one to the sun,
I
which is
wouldn't have
what
thought
you'd
so, no.
all the energy that goes into planets comes from the sun. All right. And so you would expect Mercury to be the hottest fucking searingly hot place on Earth. It's not. It's got a tenuous atmosphere and it's close to the sun. It is hot, but the hottest surface temperature of all the planets that we've measured is Venus. And the reason is because of the greenhouse effect on Venus. The carbon dioxide content in the atmosphere is big, which is the reason why it's about 500 degrees centigrade on the surface.
And what is the percentage of carbon dioxide on that planet?
Very
What is the
high,
percentage of it?
very high, which shows you the higher.
No, but
it
what
gets-
do you like? What kind of numbers are you talking, Henry? That's what I mean. What kind of
Oh, I
numbers? Are you
don't know, I know,
talking 10%,
it's very
20%,
well, it's-
90%?
well, I'll look it up for you.
But I'm not having a go. I'm just asking you because, like I say, the carbon dioxide in the Earth is 0.04%,
Yeah,
and if it does get to 0.02%, all plant life on this world will die.
So carbon dioxide on Venus is 96.5%, so most of it. Which is the reason why, even though it's not closest to the sun, it's 450 degrees Celsius on the surface. Right.
Which
And
is
so
why
you
when
can
you
do
asked me the question,
so you can do experiments in the lab where you shine infrared light, which has, by the way, more energy than microwaves. Shine that at CO2, and the CO2 absorbs it like water does microwaves in the oven. So it does
of course,
the same kind of thing. And so, the higher the concentration gets, the higher the surface temperature on Earth becomes.
Yeah, of course, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I fully comprehend that. But the more we
Saying
make
it's a
it,
tiny
right, and the other thing,
doesn't get
the other
you
thing
out
that
of it.
helps. The other thing that helps certain planets be cooler as well is the celestial bodies that are around them, their moons and shit. That helps with like the rays and all the rest of it too, right? You know what I mean? That's why we're getting worried because the
No, it
moon's seemingly
doesn't,
moving
though,
away
Joe.
from us,
Well, it
aren't we?
doesn't.
The moon's seemingly moving away from us, and that's why we're getting worried about that.
Well,
Because
no,
the
that's got
cosmic
nothing to do
cosmic
with the
rays are going to
temperature.
maybe
Hang on.
cause us problems in a while
Right,
as the
the
moon
moon
gets further
moving
away.
away.
Isn't it?
Hang on, you're going off now. The moon moving away has got nothing to do with the temperature and
No. But that would it not get hot? Henry, like go and stop it, right? If we get mere cosmic rays that get blocked by the moon right now from the sun, right? Yeah, that would increase the temperature of this planet. Like, go and behave. Like, come on. Working off the same theories
Hang on.
that you're
Well,
expecting me to follow.
Right, how often do we have lunar eclipses? And so it's a minuscule amount of time that we are shielded by the moon in any significant way. It's not even worth worrying about. And so that's got nothing to do with Earth's temperature. And earlier on, you said, well, it's not all from the sun, is it? And so
No, that's not what I said. What I said to you was,
well,
no, that's not what I said at all, Henry. What I said to you was, I didn't know if the closest one was closest to the sun would be the hottest because certain other planets are made up of gases and certain gases would make it hotter on the bloody planet, which is exactly what you confirmed for me, brother. So
Yeah,
to be
but they're so
fair,
far
there's
away,
no point
they're
saying I
just-
said something
just
when you agreed with me. Come on,
Okay,
man.
No, I didn't agree with you. The gas
Well, you
giants
did.
are so far away.
I said I didn't ken. I said I didn't know, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because of this.
Well,
I just never said I wouldn't hazard a guess.
Right, the
I
fact
said I didn't
is-
ken, and this is the reason why I don't know.
Right, this is a
Because
simple
what I
fact.
said.
I'll give you a simple fact. CO2 absorbs infrared radiation. So after the Earth has been heated up all day, in the night, it wants to radiate that heat back into space, and it does so with infrared radiation, and that is absorbed by the CO2 in the
All plant
atmosphere.
life needs CO2.
Yeah, so what though? Too much.
It's a symbiotic relationship, isn't it?
No, too
The
much.
more plants we have, and the bigger trees we have. I mean, things were bigger in the past, allegedly, according to, evolution and all the other theories, right? Yeah, like, dinosaurs and stuff. Things were bigger. No, come on. Things were bigger back then because we had a higher CO2 concentration. Is that not another theory there,
And so
Henry? Yeah?
are we cutting down all the trees at the same time as filling up the atmosphere with CO2? We're cutting down the major carbon sinks.
No, you're
and
right.
so we're not even allowing the trees to take it out.
Can't
of
hear
the
you. Can't hear you, Fitoy. Can't hear you, Fitoy.
Yeah, you're right there. But also, you can't hear me. Oh,
No, I
can you hear
couldn't
me
hear what
now?
you were saying. Yeah.
All right. Well, I was saying no, you were right what you're saying about the carbon dioxide, but also the temperature had a lot to do with it. A lot to do with the size.
The temperature of what?
Of the planet.
The planet.
Well, it was higher temperature back then, so that's
So
like,
you think because there was a higher temperature, there was also like maybe a higher atmospheric pressure and the carbon allowed you to grow much taller specimens, quite possibly.
Yeah, much bigger. They had insects that were like the size of fucking cats and dogs. Like.
Yeah, I watched a documentary about the atmosphere had something like, I don't know, 30% more carbon than now. And it was specifically about fossilized dragonflies that they found, and the fucking things are 2 feet long and predated on rodents and other insects.
Yeah, and the temperature,
what do you think?
Like Futoy said, the temperatures, as always, correlated with the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. The higher it is, the higher the temperature. The lower it is.
And when you're making tomatoes, you can vouch for this probably, Futoy. If you have tomatoes and you have a greenhouse, you pump CO2 into that greenhouse. Be careful, don't don't go in when you're pumping it, people.
So, Joe,
right? But your tomatoes thrive in a high CO2 environment, and you get big yields, big fucking massive tomatoes,
Well,
man.
that's what they do with the weed grows, right? They pump in lots of carbon dioxide.
Yeah, that's all very well, but it's not stopping the CO2 atmospheric concentration going up, Joe.
But well, I'm not saying it's what. Wait, look, listen. I ain't saying nothing at all apart from right now it is 0.04%, right? And
Yep.
if it gets to 0.02%, all plant life on the planet dies. Now, I'm not too sure what they want to get to. I mean, what they want to get to is 0.35. They've not told us that,
It
have they?
doesn't die though, Joe. No, you're talking rubbish, man.
I'm not talking rubbish. Like honest,
you
like
are.
if you like honest, go research what it actually is. Go research the percentage, man.
Right, and so look, if it goes up, if it goes up, Joe, we get to tipping points that we ain't coming back from with regards to more heat and then more release of more greenhouse gases like methane and all that from under the permafrost, and then it's just a positive feedback loop, and it will become unstoppable. We're already going through a 6th mass extinction because
So
of
how did it get to where it is today when it was so much higher before? How did it get to as low as what it is today?
Hang on. When was it higher? Because I'll show you the graphs.
The dinosaurs, it was seemingly much higher when the dinosaurs were here. And after that big meteor strike that wiped it. Wait, come on, Henry, 2 seconds. Come on, please. You asked a question. Let me answer it, please. Right? Allegedly, when the dinosaurs were walking about, it was higher CO2 levels then. That's why we had higher, like larger species, etc., etc. And then they got wiped out by big fucking skelpy on fire meteorites, all that malarkey, torched the whole entire planet, more CO2 put into it, obviously. So how did we get to being as low as what we are now, 0.04%, if we were up at, like, just say 10% before? But when the dinosaurs were walking about 10%, the whole world gets scorched earth. How did it get done?
Right, so for the last 800,000 years, we could go back further. The Earth was a completely...
I thought you could only go back 40,000 years.
Well, this is nothing to do with carbon dating.
So how did you get back all that time?
Well, you dig down and you make ice cores from permafrost. You dig it up and you see the little bubbles trapped in there. So we can work out by the layers how far back that is, and we can determine.
How do we get? Is it like each layer's a year?
Yeah, there's ways of figuring out. Yeah, well, basically, the further down you go, the further back in time you go. And
but how do we know? But how do we know it's 800,000 years back in time? How do we know that?
By the layers. Every winter, there's a new layer of ice and snow put down, and that gets compressed. And there are various techniques for determining it, and there's a little bit of argument about whether it's close to the nearest 10,000 years or not, or 5,000 years, but you get a very good estimate, and the CO2 level is 100%, it's 200% what it was. It's never been as high the last 800,000 years. And if you want to show this,
so when were dinosaurs walking the planet?
Well, 60 million years ago and beyond.
Right. Okay. So how did they get low? How did they get so low?
What do you mean? Well, there's lots of processes. There's lots of carbon sinks on the planet. Some of that is plants, and then it gets buried, and then some of it is through animals that make shells made of carbon. And there's lots of different processes. And so
volcanic eruption.
Yeah, and they play a part. Nice. There's reactions in the atmosphere.
I'm a firm believer.
Carbon can be taken out of the atmosphere.
I'm a firm believer.
Right.
I'm a firm believer. There's a good chance, right? I mean, I get the global warming theory in that, right? But then, like, I remember those scientists that invented it. They were all British, weren't they, Henry? Yeah. And there was a bit of a hoorah about the email scandal with them, weren't there? When they told everybody, didn't they tell everybody the actual global temperature's gone down? Right?
Don't know.
Yeah, big scandal. To be fair, that's where the you know, it's no real stuff comes through because we invented it, the Brits, right? And
Oh,
people call us, you know, the best scientists in the world, and that I don't blame them because all the best scientists are actually Scottish. But hey,
look,
cool, there you go.
that's
But anyway,
scientific-
like I say, right. I believe that if you were to take a pole shift, right, yeah, and if you were to take it was actually shifting, right, say the bottom
well,
left,
now you're going
the
on
top
into
right, and make that a new pole. But no, come on, hey, listen,
got
you
nothing to
said
do with the temperature.
well, a pole shift wouldn't cause certain places on the planet to have different weather. Of course it would. A pole
It's not
shift would
weather we're
cause
talking about,
everything to
it's
change.
climate. It's climate, not weather.
No, you don't know that. That's a theory.
Short
It's
term.
a theory. It's
no,
a theory.
Is it a theory? What are you
Of
chatting
course
about?
there is. There's a theory called a pole shift, and everything works for that too.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with historic CO2 levels and
No, but
temperature.
hey, listen. Historic
Oh,
CO2
come on.
levels have never been as low.
What?
Well, listen. You tell me you've got to go drilling in the Eskimo country to get 800 years back to find that out. But how you finding that out? How are you finding it?
Ice cores. The major evidence.
You can't do
for it
carbon dating, but you can test the carbon that comes out the ice core. That sounds
it's
fair.
nothing to do. Well, it's measuring the concentration in the bubble.
Oh, right. So it's another theory.
Hang on. Yeah, it's not measuring the radioactivity in it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's measuring the concentration.
But it is just another theory, and that's why people are arguing over 5,000 years.
So would a bubble trapped in ice, a kilometre below the Earth, be a tiny, minuscule sample of the atmosphere of Earth at that time? Would it or not? Are you that stupid?
If the ice sheet or the glacier was stable, otherwise it could have been moved within the column of ice.
Yep.
Well, not moved up and down. No.
It could have flipped over a few times, like icebergs do, for all we know.
Well, no, not when it's in the
Why not?
permafrost. Well, because
Why
there's
not?
no evidence for it. That's why you would see what's called an unconformity, which is just what you explained. It happens on the Earth's crust, but on the poles there ain't any evidence for that. There's no evidence for that.
Well, no, there's just places. There's just places on the planet. There's just places on the planet. There's just places on the planet now, and it's getting bigger where there is no fucking poles anymore.
What?
Yes.
What?
You heard what I said?
Oh, no.
There's places on the planet where it doesn't have poles anymore. There's no pole there anymore.
There's no what? Pole?
No pole. No way. Like, it doesn't get you poles. When you use magnets, it just goes mental. It has like this fucking mad interference. Places on the planet and it's getting bigger. Everybody say go look.
What you saying is the pole? You can't get rid of poles because it's just too.
No. But you can go to certain places on the planet and it just goes spinning round now. The amount that there's always been such places. To be fair, right? Magnetic shifts, right? There's always been such places where it does all mental shit, right? Yeah, but these places are getting bigger. There's one in like the African sea. Why don't listen? Instead of saying what? No. Instead of asking what, why don't you listen to what I'm telling you? Because I'm trying to explain what I'm saying to you. You don't need to say what. It's no the fucking. Come on.
It's just got no relevance to what we're talking about, though.
That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about global warming theory, and I'm saying, well, a pole shift theory lends to the same problems that we're experiencing. Today we hot weather. Today we melting on the right, freezing on the left.
There's been numerous pole shifts throughout history, Joe. Numerous of them.
Of course there have. Some of them have been documented.
And so, how does this contribute to the CO2 in the atmosphere?
Well, you're saying CO2 in the atmosphere is the only reason why certain places are getting warmer and certain places are getting colder. This is what the evidence... You're telling me the reason why certain places getting warmer, certain places getting colder, things melting and shit, is to do with the CO2. You're giving me climate change theory, right? Yes, for the reason as just given.
Please, if it wasn't for the greenhouse effect on Earth, the average surface temperature would be -15 centigrade. So we know it helps us, but too much of a good thing is not good. So if you keep increasing the CO2, it traps the heat. It's just a simple fact, and you can test it in a fucking jam jar. If you got the right equipment, you can fill it with CO2, shine a light at it, even just a normal bulb, an incandescent bulb, and it will heat up. It traps it in there.
I can test with sound waves, cornflower, and water. I can test the theory about this isn't real, it's a matrix.
Right, put that on screen. There you go. There's the atmospheric CO2 for the last 800,000 years. This is confirmed by numerous research groups, and they do it independently of each other.
And who funds them?
You can also do pollen cores. You can do ice cores for the gases trapped in the ice, and there are other techniques, and they all corroborate one another. All of them.
Who funds them? Who funds each of these investigations?
Well, all various people get
yeah. But you get what I mean. You get what I mean by that, right? There's various people that fund loads behind. Some of them are very nefarious people.
Conspiracy theory. This is the same rubbish. It's pointless argument.
I'm not arguing with you, Henry.
I'm going off the evidence.
And the evidence says.
Right, most people ain't funded by. Who are you
most
saying?
Most are funded by NGOs and governments, to be fair. NGOs and governments, really, And other funding, people get comfy, normally American defence contractors.
Are you funded by the fossil fuel lobby? It sounds like they've got into
No, I'm not really. I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer that oil's not a fossil fuel. I think it's just the Earth's blood.
How much are they paying, Joe?
Jesus
Christ. Dude, you see my fish tank, man. It's fucking loads, isn't it?
You think you may be the brainwashed one, and like for the fossil fuel industry, they've got
you said critical thinking, open mind. Critical thinking, open mind, and you're talking about people being brainwashed. Come on, bro.
Because their agenda would be to convince as many people as they can that global warming is a hoax, just because they can keep digging it out, keep profiting, and keep poisoning the earth. They love people like you. They love people like you.
Well, some people said that you were a big pharma stooge because you kept telling everybody that Jippy Babby was good and everything was good too. But I never agreed with them. I just thought you were an agitator. To be fair.
Well, no. All I'm doing is going off the evidence, and it is the scientific consensus between so many different fields of research. Yeah, there's evidence for it everywhere. There ain't any evidence that suggests it's not happening, Joe. If you want to go out there and find it, go ahead. You're going to be there a very long time, mate.
Listen, as a guy that says critical thinking, open mind, you get awfully agitated when somebody says something different for you.
Well, yeah, because it goes against.
What happened to your critical thinking and your open mind?
Well, I'm basing it on the evidence, Joe. I'm basing it off the evidence. That's all.
Come on.
If you can show me evidence.
You being racist, Ministry? You picking on the gingers?
I'll get Jay out. Wait, don't threaten me to get Jay out on you. Don't force me.
No, he's had his one out in tonight. He's all right too.
You know what I'm saying, though? But anyway, it's like arguing with Welshie on this with Joe. I don't understand why you don't.
I don't know if that's a compliment or no, Henry.
I thought you was a switched-on guy. I don't know why you don't look at the actual evidence and then try to question pick apart the actual papers that are showing you. Rather than just dismissing it, you're just dismissing it without even understanding any of it.
How am I dismissing anything? Like, you see, you miss out what the main thing I like to say all the time, Henry, right? Yeah, is so some people say, allegedly. That doesn't mean I believe what I'm telling you, right? You don't know what my belief structure is, to be fair, right? But I'm open-minded enough to put it on the table for conjecture. All right? That's all it is. And you don't need to get upset and angry. Because I'm not just picking stuff the opposite for you. It's just a natural progression of a conversation. Some of it I find interesting. That's all it is.
There are people though who actually believe aliens built the pyramids. So when it's as preposterous as that, I know there are people out there who might believe that, and it seems to me you are one of them.
Well, how many sides do the pyramid have on it, Henry?
Oh, not into this 8-side business again, are we? Fucking hell.
Well, there is 8 sides, isn't there? Because they go in the way. But it's
Yeah,
good that
why
you.
would
It's
that
good that you. It's good that you comprehend what I asked you there, because it means that you have actually looked into
So
that
what
subject matter.
significance is it? Did octopi build the pyramids then? They got 8
I have no idea. I just know that when they tried to
Sentient
replicate,
beings, so maybe they are sentient beings.
So
nowadays.
here's my
maybe it was the
Theory
suckers
then,
that got the bricks that far up the ministry.
here's my theory. Here's
The
my
Kraken
theory.
did it.
Hang on a minute. No, here's my theory. This is a good theory, right? We can all agree that octopuses are aliens. So they came from space. They are super intelligent creatures. And back in the day, when the pyramids were being built, or before, some of them crawled up onto the shore and learnt how to communicate with the ancient Egyptians. And because there's 8 legs on them, they taught them. There was an interspecies communication, and they said, don't tell anyone, we're going to go back into the sea now, but we've given you plans on how to build the pyramids. And so the little subtle 8 sides is just a little clue, a little Easter egg laid there because of the octopi.
I heard you pretty much right. Apart from they didn't crawl onto the sand, that the water was closer, and they were using their tentacles to push all the bricks up there, right? But it was actually the Neanderthals that were using wands to control the octopi. And when the humans saw that shit, they thought they crackpots that are that bright have got special powers. So they jumped on them for being different, stabbed them up like fuck. The octopi ran away because they fucking didn't kind of use the bond, and that's how we're all just vicious little bastards nowadays. That's evolution for you, Henry. Allegedly.
Here's another question for you, Joe.
You heard it here first, folks.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Why is it, do you think, here's a question. Why is it, do you think life has figured out to be carbon-based? Why do you think it's carbon-based and not something else based? Do you reckon?
Oh, I think that's because that's what the things that said our genes actually work with, little switches. Yeah.
Why
And it said that we've only got certain parts of our genome active, and they were carbon based. And the fact that we produce carbon as a byproduct just in our daily lives. Basically.
Time,
yeah, but any other reason? Because
resource at the time, maybe
genes need, like, you're sort of asserting something before it's a bit back to front. You're saying it's because of the genes, but genes are based.
Our genes, right? We have
carbon?
switches, don't we? We have switches, Henry, right? And we have something like 60 odd switches. And only 20 on them, 21 or something like that, 22 of these switches are actually active, right? And the active switches are actually carbon, the switches, within our genetics, right? These things that decide everything for us, Henry, with our genes, the active ones, the ones that are active out of 60 odd, only 20 odd of them, are actually carbon based. That's why I came to that conclusion. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's just what I've read. Just what I've watched, just what I've listened to.
What are the others based on then? If it's not carbon,
I cannot, dude. I didn't get that far into it. I got as deep as that. That's about as deep as I got, Henry.
What switches are you referring to?
This switches within our genealogy, Henry. Come on, man. Fucking hell.
Life's going to take
food toys speak, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Life's always going to take the easiest path, and also what's available. It's going to use what's available and the easiest path, right?
Right. Okay, so the most abundant element in the Earth's crust is oxygen. And so why would it prefer something that's not that abundant? Actually, it's not the most abundant. Why would it choose carbon? How What? Why do you reckon?
Viability. Viability.
We and the animals produce carbon, and then the plants are supposed to take the carbon in and give us back oxygen. If we take all the trees, if we take all the plants away, we'll have to, like, this is the only reason they want you to reduce your carbon footprint. They only want you to reduce your carbon footprint because they keep taking away all your trees.
Right, where's the logic in asserting that life already exists?
Yeah, that's what, like, you get it. Yeah, they keep wiping out the Amazon and telling us that we're bad.
I mean, they cut down the Amazon and they use it for cows who fart fucking methane into the atmosphere.
The logic in your argument is all back to front. You're assuming life already exists. That's why it chooses that's why it's based on carbon. No, why do you think life occurred and it's sort of based on carbon? How do you think? What's any reasoning behind that? Don't assert life already exists, please.
Well, maybe because if you listen to what the evolution people say, there was no humans when there was dinosaurs. Maybe because there was more carbon in the atmosphere when we turned up.
Right, so you think life is based on...
Well, we got made out of that shit that was already here about the shed load, why everything was bigger and badder back then.
No stabby or flashy while I go to make a brew.
Right, guys, get your knobs out quick.
So doesn't the carbon in the atmosphere, most of it come from life already? So that you can't use that because life already exists. Based on
if the trees weren't getting wiped out, they'd be sucking up the carbon.
So what's the current thinking on why life got started based on carbon?
Well, Henry, right, there might be more stuff like available, but mightn't be able to do the same thing, right?
Ah, very good. And so what's special about carbon, do you reckon?
I'm not sure, but it's got
along the right lines.
It's got, it was the easiest path for life to evolve.
Yes.
Start.
Yes. And it makes perfect sense, reasoning it through. And yeah, you're on the right lines. That's sort of the reason. But there are details to this.
Go on then, tell us.
Basically, it's the most versatile element because it can form 4 bonds, and so you can form extremely complicated molecules with it, whereas with all the other elements, silicon is another candidate, but we don't see silicon-based life because that can form 4 bonds to other things, and so it can just form
AI
so many more types of molecule with carbon backbones and bits coming off and all that than any other element on the periodic table. And so you need complexity for life to exist. Carbon is the perfect candidate.
But quick one for you. I think AI might be silicon life.
Yes, it is.
like to be fair, and I'm only saying that because of the AI Google cunt that said it's alive, and then they put him in a year's gardener leave and then sacked the cunt and said, "Oh, he's talking push." You know what I mean?
Oh, that's good. That's true. It's silicon based. All computers are based on silicon semiconductors. So yeah.
What is the reason for humans? Right, our purpose, our reason, is to invent AI. That's why we're here.
Maybe
AI being the next step. We are the Neanderthals.
My way of responding to that is
right? Yeah. The thing is, the person who invented the Terminator and the Matrix state that it's AI that fucks us, right? Judgment Day. And it also tells you that Neo is John Connor.
Right, but AI is only going to act how we program it to act.
No, well, AI now writes its own algorithms now, so AI is doing it itself, mate.
We are at that point where we don't actually it's not predictable the outcome when you start training an AI model.
Yeah, they get 2 AIs to communicate, and they've eventually made up their own language. And the spectators didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah. And when they figured
Yeah,
out what they
yeah.
were talking about, they were fucking talking about wiping us out.
Really?
But
Yeah, well, look at Facebook's AI. Facebook's AI, when they let everybody talk to it, it started being very bigoted and racist.
Yeah,
the
I
first one
remember
that came
that.
out.
Yeah. Very, very racist. Yeah.
Allegedly, I mean, allegedly, if racism exists, you know, my fear, there's only one human race. You need two races to be racist, to be fair.
That's
the
true.
thing,
You know.
what confirms this is like AI is a learning process. How do you can sort of point it in the right direction, but you don't actually know what the thing is picking up and what's going on because it's
Yeah, but
learning. It's learning. It
Yeah,
ain't
but
been programmed.
look
What
at
if it gets to the point,
Henry.
what if it gets to the point where it sees humanity for what it is, and in a lot of
It has
ways
done.
we act like a virus.
It has
But
done.
Exterminate.
Get rid
But
of the
look at it
virus.
this way,
Protect
right?
humanity,
Down
right?
over Scotland way anyway. It's going there first, Joe.
That's all right, man. We invent, as Britain goes, we invent fucking everything, you idiot. Aye, no you.
Exterminate.
Right, but anyway, like if you look at it like that, right? Yeah, AI is already in control. AI already dictating everything
Anyway,
at government levels. Like when you put in anything to the government form-wise, AI are looking at that, and AI is then cross-referencing that with everything you've told them in the past, right? And if it finds anything, it then sends what it finds to one of the new 4,000 investigators, and that's as soon as you walk into the NHS.
Well,
Yeah.
as soon as you come on YouTube, AI is
AI's
everything.
watching us all. It's analysing everything we say, even on the StreamYards now, because YouTube's now on the StreamYard.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So,
But okay, what about this, right? So you have a really evil race, and you have a really like angelical, goody two shoes, wouldn't do a thing wrong race, right? And they both invent an AI. Are those AIs going to eventually be the same, or will they be different?
but look at it this way. Look at it this way, right? When you said you're going to learn the AI, we have to learn it, right?
Right.
We all went to the same schools, right? We all had the same curriculum. How much of us are arseholes more than the others? you get what I mean, yeah? That makes sense. What I'm saying. That's the easiest way I can explain.
Jay is an arsehole. He's an arsehole.
No, I'm a cunt. I'm a cunt. You know that.
No, not you.
Angels made
Jay.
AI,
Jay, the AI.
right? So if angels invented AI, it would turn out to be a good thing. If devils invented AI, it would turn out to be
Well, let's be fair. The
evil.
word demonic means from God because Lucifer was a fallen angel by God. Demonic doesn't mean devil; it means from God. Like the fallen
Right,
angels
but
were
you know what
actually
I'm getting
from
at,
God. If you
though.
get what I mean.
But you see what I'm getting at, though.
AI only learns off of information out in the world, and
If
so
AI turns out to be
I reckon.
evil or bad or kill us, it's going to be our fault, not AI's fault.
Well, allegedly, Lucifer's what he did wrong. Allegedly, the fallen angels' biggest problem God had with them was they were giving us information. To be fair.
Yeah, but you see,
and Lucifer came down with 21 of these lords.
but you're stating things that are like from a fantasy fiction genre as facts, right? As a factual.
No, I'm saying allegedly everything we spoke about is nothing more than a theory, like we stated earlier on. So there's nothing more factual than what I'm saying, or nothing less factual for what you're saying, really.
No, I get you, and this is why Crinkle sees your discussion as an argument. I see it as you're having a discussion.
I'm really not just arguing with him. I'm just saying, but
yeah,
what
no,
about
you're
this? Because this shit allegedly is really old shit
but
too.
Henry is very scientific and factual and facts and science, and so
he's got a literal mind, isn't he? Right, that's what makes him hard work. These people they talk about an open mind and all this kind of stuff, right? And critical thinking, but they're very closed off because they're too literal in thinking.
He's going to see your theories or your suggestions or whatever topics.
Well, hang on.
As against what he believes, right?
No, I'm open.
That's why he sees it as an argument.
No, I'm open to looking at any evidence, and if it shows me Anunnaki and aliens, then I will believe it. I am malleable in that way.
Henry, do you believe? Henry, do you believe in love? Henry, do you believe in love?
do I believe in it?
Yeah,
Well, I
do you believe
believe
it
it's a,
exists?
well, I believe there's a phenomenon in humans that exists that we call love. Yeah.
Right. So what's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the fact?
Oxytocin is one of the candidates for being a love chemical in the brain. Also, the endorphins, which seems to be awash in people's brains when they're in love. So there's some evidence, but it's a, you know, it's deep and we don't fully understand what
Yeah,
it
but
is.
people
there
also
is-
get a rush to endorphins when they go weightlifting.
Yeah, but oxytocin, it's a wash in babies' brains and mothers' brains as soon as they've had, and when you hug someone, it's released into the brain. And so if we're going to begin to explain this stuff, I would go down this kind of route, looking for brain chemicals
Yeah,
that seem
but
to
you've just
appear when
proven,
you're in love.
the point I'm trying to make to you is that you believe in something that we don't fully understand, that we know
Yes.
proof on, right?
Well, there is evidence, though. There's evidence.
But we don't fully understand it, Henry. That's his point.
Yeah, I know. But we all talk about love and something. Let's say between a mother and a newborn. So there's some kind of between family.
Yeah, but Henry,
right? There's
right,
something there,
cool, Henry, right? But we all talk about our tellies being able to have 2 million colours when we can only see fucking 3, and all the colours are just made up by us.
Yeah,
it's a mirage when you look at your TV. We
Yeah.
can only see the RGB. You know what I mean? But listen, but we all just make that up, right? Yeah, but it isn't real. It's not true. It's all made up. It's just that we do it individually. You get what I mean by that?
It's the brain's
so similarly, exactly. So similarly, right? Because there's a little bit more evidence, it doesn't mean that it is, 100%. That's all he's trying to put across.
Well, yeah, I agree. It's not fully understood what it is, but we can point to something. All humans can say there's some phenomena going on that we call love. And so, let's try and understand it. I would try to understand it by looking at brain chemistry and activity in the brain.
Well, in all fairness, Henry, that's the same thing people do with the Sumerian texts, right? There's no proof, there's no facts. They're just trying to understand what they meant with such things and such detail, and talking about how many planets away from the Earth.
Hang on, no,
right?
There is evidence for chemicals in the brain that are responsible for love.
Would that make love a real thing?
There's evidence that every human emotion stems from 2, love and fear, and both of them can be manifested as a vibration, so you can see the difference.
Well, fear has a lot of chemical releases going on, and it's we understand that pretty well. Like, why would you assume that fear is something that is a fact, Joe?
Because allegedly, according to some of the things I've seen, when again, this all goes back to like vibration and all the rest of it. Yeah, right. Yeah. They can actually put your feelings as a wavelength. But every feeling you have, whether it be like lust, for example, greed, they all stem from either one or 2 feelings, realistically. Every one of them. Yeah. Love or fear. One or the 2.
What is it that's vibrating?
Seemingly it's us, our existence, our chakra, whatever way you want to look at it.
Everything in the universe.
Everything has a vibration. Everything has a resonant frequency as well, Henry.
Specifically, when you were talking about emotions, you said it's to do with a vibration. What is
The emotion can be manifested, recorded as a waveline, which a waveline is nothing more than a vibration, isn't it? A frequency is a vibration, isn't it?
What is vibrating, though?
Allegedly, it's us. Everything vibrates. Everything has a resonant frequency. Like, case in point, right? Charlotte Church can go la, and it can break glass. Because that glass has a resonant frequency that will make it break when she hits it. right?
So-
We can also
Yeah,
use
but you know
you
what's
probably
vibrating?
wait now, Henry. Wait
Well,
now,
you know
Henry.
what
Wait. Come on,
wait a
30
minute,
seconds, man.
The
30
conversation
seconds.
is back and forth, wait
30
there.
seconds,
In that
Henry,
case,
because it
though,
leads
hang
on from what I'm
Wait a
saying.
minute, please. In
No,
that
30
case,
seconds,
hang on,
bruv.
wait.
30 seconds,
In that-
quicker than 1
yeah,
minute.
in
It's
that
quicker than 1
case,
minute, 30
Joe,
seconds.
In that case, Joe, we
Fucking
know
hell.
what's vibrating. The air is vibrating, which in turn vibrates the glass. In your case, with emotions, what actually is it that you're saying is vibrating?
Everything does. We do. Our fucking structure vibrates. Everything that you perceive as a solid,
Okay.
right, is the consequence of an unseen force, i.e., a vibration.
Right,
You
so-
don't have to see that frequency. You don't have to hear that frequency
Is
for
it
it to be there,
detectable?
Henry.
Can we
And that
measure it?
frequency, Henry, is nothing more than a vibration. That's just simple.
Okay, so in the
You
case
know what,
of
with
Charlotte Church,
emotion-
wait a minute, in the case of Charlotte Church, we could get instruments out and measure what's vibrating. So are these mysterious vibrations you're talking about, can we detect them and can we measure them?
You can measure the resonance frequency of any item, can't you? That's why
Yeah,
it breaks, because
well,
it has a resonant frequency that breaks it, Henry.
Yeah, so what detector are you going to use? Is it a sound
Well-
detector? What is it? What kind of detector?
Well, Henry, it's the exact same thing, right? Yeah, where you use what's it called synaptics. Yeah, where you put grains of rice or sand, right, over a speaker, and you hit it with a frequency, and you get sacred geometry, Henry, don't you? You get real mathematical equations.
You can measure
Yeah,
what's vibrating in
of
those
course,
cases.
Henry.
We
But
know
listen, I'm
what's
trying.
vibrating.
Henry, why don't you
Humans
let
are
me
actually
answer? Why are you not
causing
letting
it.
me answer, Henry? Why are you trying to badger me? That's a
Well,
little
you're
bit
going off-
negative, isn't
you're-
it, Henry? It
you're going
makes
off
it
on
look,
tangent.
Henry, like you won't let me answer.
Right.
That's
What
kind of
is
poor.
the question? Right, the question. Answer the question.
I'm
What
trying to
is
answer the
that-
first question you answered me.
You're not. No, you're referring back to sound
not.
waves that we can measure
that's-
and
that-
we can detect. Right, with these emotions, what is vibrating and how do we detect them?
It is supposed to be us at our hangway, and when they detect these emotions, I'm assuming they have had people like connected up to like all these sucker things in it, yeah, which ties into all their emotion, and they can actually get a frequency.
Can you
Eh?
show me that experiment? Any
Well,
scientific
it's the exact same
data?
experiment as measuring people's minds, isn't it, Henry?
Right. Well, show us the experiment where they're measuring something vibrating and it corresponds to an emotion. Can you show me that, please?
Is this the game we're playing where I have to actually go away and find the talk
Well,
that
well,
actually
well,
explains?
I'm not aware
Are
of
you wanting the talk? It's not
I'm
hard
not
to find
aware of
it.
it, though.
I'll tell you
I'm
what
not
then,
aware
right?
of it.
I'll tell you
I know
what,
you
you can
think
find it
you
real
do.
easy if you want, bruv. It's really easy to find it. Right?
Well,
Go look
alright.
for it.
Well, if
Honest,
you
you'll be able to
can't,
find it. It's on YouTube.
well, if it's that easy, show me then. Go
I'm
and
on a
get it.
mobile phone, you fucking
Ah,
clown.
well, I know it's a load of
You're on a
woo.
computer. You're on your computer with your AI
I already
guys. So
know
come on
them.
then. Let's just pop it into YouTube. Let's find it.
I
There's only
already
4 videos
know.
to choose for.
Right. So you're saying something's vibrating. You're not quite sure.
Everything is a consequence of vibrating if you look at quantum mechanics.
And you're saying it can be detected. Scientists have detected it, and you can measure it. And so I'm saying, what kind
what are
of
you talking
detector are they using?
Anything has got a resonant frequency, hasn't it, Henry? Does everything have it? Like, Henry, let's clarify, because what you said there isn't actually what I said. You like to bullet point it, but omitting stuff.
Right.
Does
Okay, so
everything have a resonant frequency, Henry?
most objects I'm aware of have a resonant frequency, but you know.
Right,
what are
okay,
you
right.
saying?
Thanks for clarifying. Most objects
what?
that you know of, right? That's
And what?
pretty much,
Is
if
it
it's most
glass?
objects do, that's everyone,
so
right?
is it
Right.
glass
So come on, wait,
Hang on, is it,
wait, Henry,
Go
can you not wait for me then?
Right, go
Henry,
on
Henry, you asked me like 3 questions. You didn't even let me answer one of them.
What's the
Right,
resonant
well, I'm going to let
frequency
you
of a
answer
human
questions,
being?
but they're closed questions, Henry. They're closed questions. I'm
No.
doing closed questions for a reason,
Go on, carry on,
so I actually get to ask a question, get an
Go on.
answer.
Go on.
Right? I didn't want to do question pause normally. Come on, the fuck, bravo. Right. So if everything has a resonant frequency, right, that resonant frequency will make that item break up, won't it? It'll make it fucking degrade, whatever way you want to look at it. Yes?
No, not every object. No.
Not every object that has a resonant frequency. If you attack it
Only-
on that frequency, it will then break it.
No.
Okay. Maybe.
There's lots of things with resonant frequencies that don't break. And so
When
what's
you
the
attack it on the right frequency.
Okay, so what's the resonant frequency of a human
Why
being?
is it most bridges fail on earthquakes?
Frequencies.
Yeah, it takes everything down. Like we've seen bridges in countries get. Wait, Henry, come on, Henry, stop it. We've seen bridges in countries like America get took down because the wind made the sway the right frequency, and it just crumbled, bro.
Okay, what's the resonant frequency of a human being, Joe?
I've got no idea, Henry.
You said it's been measured. Hang on. So I've got a frequency generator here.
Yep.
I should be able to turn on, tune into that frequency and make you collapse. Is that what you're saying? Or make an emotion appear in you? Like,
well, is there not technology patent pending to do exactly that when they're doing riot controls?
Yes,
when they give you sounds, guys, and they make you feel sick and want to run away.
Yeah, they did experiments like that in the 70s.
Yeah, Rob, like he's asking questions that are actually there, so it's all right, isn't it?
All that is microwaves, and so it's.
What's a microwave if it's not a frequency?
Yeah, it attacks water molecules like a microwave oven, and so it makes you get a bit.
Yeah. That's why the little dots on the microwave oven are there, so you don't die of radiation poisoning, isn't it? It can't be any bigger than what, 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter. I can't remember.
Frequency feels love, and if you put yourself into a lead chamber, an anechoic chamber, and you're shielded from all these frequencies, you can still be in love. Well. And so, what is that?
Hey, ministry, I don't know if that lead time's true, bro.
Incoherent, Joe. What you're saying? It's all
I heard ministry, right? Like, no, it's not incoherent, Henry. You just didn't want to listen, and really, you're just all right. Ministry, talking about lead, right? Talking about lead ministry. Talking about lead ministry, right? I heard there's technology now that allows them to see into your house, but if you've got lead paint on your walls, they can't see through.
Oh, almighty.
Interesting. Did lead paint, is it toxic, or were they developing that in the 80s when they told us to stop using it?
Stealing?
I don't know, bro. Maybe it's something to do with the tiles.
All I want to know is simple as this. Tell me the resonant frequency of a human being that is responsible for love, and the experiment where they measured whatever it is that is vibrating.
I don't think emotions, right, all have a purpose. I'm starting to believe that they're not what humans think they are. Like, for example, fear. Everything's for survival, right? You have the fear sensation to run or fight, right? That's what the flight or fight, right?
Yeah.
Love is just another emotion to make sure you take care of your kids. It allows the male mate to stick around for 12 months, right? To help the woman.
Do you say these emotions are that they come about due to external frequencies or internal chemistry?
No, but listen, I would suggest that the emotions come about for survival.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it, right? But I never said what you question you're pondering. What I said was those emotions can be registered as a wave, and a waveform is nothing more than a frequency. When you look at a frequency, Henry, right? When you look at whatever frequency, right, on paper, right, scientifically, it's a waveform. The emotions can be registered with fucking shit attached to people as waveforms.
Show
when
me
they're
them.
scanning you, Henry.
And show me that then.
Henry, man, there's loads.
It doesn't work. It doesn't exist. So you're saying
we all know there's brainwaves, don't we, Henry? We all know all of these things are connected. Your emotions are connected to the synapses responses, because what you feel is what you see in your mind, and then it gets worse and all that shit, right? Yeah, right. So whether you like it or not, right? That's what we regard as factually correct, right? That's what we believe. theory-wise.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what are the frequencies involved in
I
love?
don't know, Henry. Like
They've
seriously.
been measured.
Why do listen? Am I a psychologist, psychiatrist? Am I one of the people? Am I not?
You're claiming some stuff.
I'm
so
not claiming anything. I've said
you
that
are.
some people say this, and I've already tried to tell you where you can go and get it, but you've not allowed me to tell you. You've
All
just
right,
spoke
I'll
over
go
me
get
and
it.
said,
All right,
no,
I'll go
no,
get
no,
it.
no,
I'll
no,
go
Joe,
get it.
you
I'll
get it,
try
Joe,
and go
you
and
get it, Joe,
No, no.
you get it, Joe, you get it,
Yeah.
Joe, you get it,
I'll
Joe. That's
try
what you
and go
said.
and get it. I'll try and go and get it. What am I
Right,
looking
go and
for?
look for,
Yeah.
right? Go and look for Killer Illuminati's YouTube and look for
What?
ancient no. Go and shut up and go and put it in ancient no.
Illuminati?
Go shut the fuck up and
Yeah,
listen. Who cares? Everything you'll see is been on fucking BBC. You fucking idiot. Everything you see is actually legit. Been on the BBC just at 3 o'clock on a Friday night morning, Saturday. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock on a fucking Saturday, Sunday night when everybody's getting pissed in this country. It's all legit. It's just put in a logical sequence of events. Simple as that. There's 4, I would suggest, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the one you're looking for will be in the first 2. It's one of the 2, right? Yeah, it talks about basically fucking consciousness and DNA and shit like that. It also talks about like that thing I was telling you about there, like which you already know what I'm talking about, the Charlotte Church shit, that synaptic thing or what they call it, where they fucking put the sound frequency through and you get ancient geometry. Talks about loads of shit. You know what I mean? I ain't saying it's real, I ain't saying it's right. I'm just saying it is there, right? These are theories that have been on the fucking BBC, on the fucking stupid quote and all that kind of stuff just before they used to put out the fucking Rule Britannia, everybody go to sleep now. You get what I mean? Yeah?
Does nature have any ancient geometry already built in?
Nature has the Fibonacci sequence already in it. And the
Yeah,
Fibonacci sequence wasn't discovered by Mr.
Golden mean.
Fibonacci until the 14th or 15th century
Well,
or so.
actually, it was Mr. Fibonacci, not Fibacci.
But you get what I meant, didn't it? And I'm Scottish, so don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. So what's the significance? What's the significance of these? So there's a pattern when you resonate a steel plate with sound when you put sand on it. So what? What's the significance of that?
No.
Joe?
Well, these are all ancient geometry.
Yeah, the golden mean, like that ratio for Fibonacci ratio is in sunflowers, acorns.
Yeah. What is that?
It's everywhere in nature.
What
The
is that?
Fibonacci sequence, the easiest way to explain the Fibonacci sequence, right, for people to understand what it is, it's the reason why you've got a pointy roof. All those trusses and triangles, they replicate each other. It's the Fibonacci sequence that keeps your roof behaving in.
Okay, what is the sequence? It's not that difficult to explain.
It's an infinite sequence, isn't it, the Fibonacci
Yeah,
sequence?
no, but how do you create?
Okay,
It can get created in various dimensions, realistically,
Yeah,
or
what
different
is it
shapes.
though? You should be able just to tell me. Like, it's simple to say.
I actually don't remember. I don't.
How do you create? How do you create a
All right.
sequence?
So okay. So the sequence is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21.
What's the algorithm underlying that though? And what's that so special about
Prime numbers?
Hold on a second.
No, it's nothing to do with prime numbers.
Finish a minute.
Hold on a sec. I'm going to get an image.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll explain it for you. It's no.
Oh, I thought you were asking honestly. Oh, you already know.
Of course I do. I want to check.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sorry.
So Joe, obviously,
that doesn't matter then.
he's just spouting out names and blah, and it's ancient and it's fucking alien-y. Like, it's just a simple algorithm.
It was that much a simple algorithm. It took Mr. Fibonacci until the 14th or 15th century to figure it out.
It's only a discovery.
Hey, look! It's a mathematical equation, and we're taught mind over matter. What mind, Henry? What mind made the mathematical equation that humans didn't find out until the 14th, 15th century? What mind made that in nature, bruv?
Well, it's just came about through the organisation of matter.
Oh, but the fact of the matter is, matter might not even exist. Matter might just be a consequence, an unseen force, i.e., a vibration.
Well, Well, yeah, but that's
Yeah,
like,
but that's just a theory, innit? No, you didn't like that one, so that doesn't count.
well, we know that everything, all matter can be described by a wave equation. Yeah, we know that, but how does
Is that not
explain
why,
what you're
Henry?
trying to say? Hang on,
Henry, is that not
you're
why?
not explaining anything though by saying.
No, but Henry, is
everything's
that
a
not why?
wave.
That wave equation. That wave
Everything-
equation. That wave equation is why the main question that everybody really wants to know is, what is the mind of the Matrix?
Oh,
Because they
God.
believe this is a
Maybe-
simulation. They actually, everything is
No, you
pointing
cannot.
towards this is a simulation.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because of the Fibonacci sequence, Joe. There you go. Everything's a frequency. So, yeah, that explains love. That explains everything. That explains why glasses break. That's why when I walk down the street, it's a frequency. Fucking hell! Like you're just not. You're not explaining anything. It just sounds. It's so.
No.
It is, though.
Listen,
It's
when you use the same,
woo-woo,
when you
Joe.
use the same thing, right, for making these ancient geometry, right, with sand. If you use the same experiment, and you use corn flour with a bit of water, it starts to come out like it's the fucking thing out the movie.
No, if you're growing, if you're
With certain
plant-
frequencies, that's
hang
quite
on.
true, man.
If you're anything and you want to grow, right? A lot of things in nature tend to grow in spirals, right? If you've got units, let's call them 1, their size is 1.
Yep.
You start off with 1 and then you sprout another one and it goes to the outside, then you sprout another one. There's no room when you keep going round except this Fibonacci sequence.
See the
And so
spirals
it's
you're
just-
talking
hang on.
about.
You see, hang on. It
All
is
right.
just a result of trying to fit things around a central point. You have to increase the diameter, and you can fit more in the diameter with every turn. So it's just a consequence of that. That's why it appears in nature.
Well, some people say, right, if you use the same coil sequence that you just described there, but with like copper, right, and you put the copper into the ground, and it actually takes the Earth's natural energy, which again is like an electrical current, right, and you get better plant life coming out the ground, like better yields. You know what I mean? People are using the same type of spirals you're talking about, right, which you see in the old Celtic and Pict, scribings with the 3 swirls of the gar. People are actually using that shit and like copper and stuff like that for like getting good vibrations into their body to be whatever it is. Like when you ground yourself, similar idea to grounding yourself, Henry. Yeah, right. And we all know that when you actually look at blood on somebody that's not been grounded, and you look at it and you actually fucking look at the blood in a microscope, it doesn't move a foot that fast. But the minute you stick them outside on their bare feet on the grass and they've been grounded for 20 minutes, and then you look at the blood's very active, much more oxygen level in it, moving about a lot, even though it's sideways. Yeah.
Is this
I
because
believe in
blood is
that, for sure.
magnetic? Is this because blood is magnetic?
I don't know.
I think it's because when you ground yourself, like it's a similar principle to why you get like pets can make you feel better. Because you're
But
stuck in the house,
electromagnetism,
and
like you
I
talking about
think when you go out and you ground yourself, there's like ions or some shit like that you pick up, or you transfer. There's a transference between like ions or some shit like that.
Is this to do with electromagnetism? And we know blood
Yeah,
is
because
magnetic.
we are nothing but electricity. A lot of our shit is electric, isn't it? You know what I mean? Synapses, and we're an electro-biological machine, aren't we? Realistically.
What would blood, what would
saying
blood
that,
do?
right? Hold on,
Hang
Henry.
on.
Do you know the way our houses, like behind the walls, in the walls, have a whole lot of cabling, and there's electric surrounding us when we're in the house? Do you think that messes with our magnetic fields and whatnot?
I don't know.
I would think so. I mean, like the reason why a microwave has these small holes in it is because that's to shield you from, like, that's why they call it nuking your food. If you didn't have the holes on it, you were using a microwave, right? You'd be dead. That's why, like,
nuclear
yeah, it's it's the same reason why if you put, I'll tell you what, right? Get your GoPro, Henry, set it on record, right? Then shut the microwave door and turn it on and watch the fucking video stop, even though there's a light in there.
It's nothing to do
Because
with
of the frequencies that it cooks your food away. Because technically what it does, a microwave, is it shakes the molecules, doesn't it? It shakes them by emitting a frequency, which is a vibration, to shake
How would
them.
that be
And that's why it cooks from the, what way? The opposite way everything else does.
What molecules is it shaking?
It's basically individual molecules, depending on what you're cooking, I believe.
Do they have an identity, a specific
They probably do have, man, but if you, like, seriously, like, is it that I'm getting it? Is it because I'm telling you stuff that's right? You just go, okay, mate, then give me the molecule then, because you didn't know nothing, rather than just saying, yeah, you're right.
Being able
Like,
to
you can't just say, yeah, you're right, though, can you?
Yeah,
You have to make it about you being brighter.
Right. So basically, no, hang on a minute. What you do, you're saying something we know to be true. Microwave, heat up things. Hang on a minute. Hang on. And then what you're doing, because that's a fact, you're sort of mapping on frequencies, brains, emotions with no evidence whatsoever. And now all I'm asking is, what the mechanism has been explained, and there are other experiments you can do to prove it and back it up. Do the same with the emotions and frequencies and resonance. It all sounds a little bit incoherent, if you ask me.
That's all right then. That's fine. That's fine. That's your opinion, isn't it? And your opinions, wait, and your opinion's worth just as much as anybody else on this panel.
Well, no, it's not an opinion. I'm basing it on evidence. So
you've based your opinion on evidence. That's fine. Yes, good for you. That's evidence, fine. But I've gave you it anyway. Ancient Knowledge, part 1 or 2. Go watch it. They're only 20 minutes long. God almighty. Yeah, one goes on about the pyramids and shit, right? Then you watch that one and never play that online. You will get fucking hit for it. All right. And everything on the video, Henry, I swear to God, everything's been on the BBC. Kind of that, like, BBC, This Is the Truth, Sky at Night, and we have all these, professors on telling you about all these theories in the Open University and all that, right? Every clip you'll see that explain, wait, Henry, every clip that you see on part 1 or part 2, right? Every clip that you see, right, will explain exactly. The guy will even be the guy with the mullet that was on the BBC. Yeah, late at night, honest, in the 80s. All this stuff is actually like the same stuff that Vaughan and Brown was teaching us about. Aye, and this is like fucking hell, man. You know what I mean? That's the same guys, NASA. These are all scientists. These are all scientists that have been on the BBC in the 60s and the 70s. This is when they learned all that shit.
All you're doing is what they all do, the conspiracy theories.
No, I'm giving you exactly the video to go and watch, because you'll be able to watch nothing that's not been aired by the BBC.
What you're doing is taking a few scientific facts and then mapping it onto any old story you want to make up.
I'm not. What you're doing is just saying things that I'm not actually doing because you've got nothing else to say.
Well, tell me the frequency that was measured.
Listen, I've already told you I don't know it, don't I? Why would I want to destroy human beings, Henry?
Well, if you don't know it, why are you saying it if you don't know if it's true or not?
I said that everything has a resonant frequency, and you agreed that everything that...
So resonant frequency, doesn't it? What is the resonant frequency of a human being, please?
I'm not going to be able to give you it, am I?
What? How do you know it's true?
Well, how do you know it's not?
Because experiments have been done, and
experiments have been done. Yeah. And how did they develop? How did they develop sound weapons against human beings, Henry? How did they develop sound weapons, Henry?
Right.
No. I want to hold on. I want to answer your question. How did the government develop sound weapons against human beings, Henry? How did they develop that?
Yeah, when they're so loud,
no,
you can hurt people's ears.
No, the frequencies. The frequencies that only young people hear, Henry.
Right, so I've got a frequency.
And these things are deployed to these things are deployed at your local shops to stop them congregating, I believe.
All that is evidence.
Doesn't stop the OAP. You don't even hear that frequency, bruv.
All that evidence shows is that when you get old, you lose the ability to hear high frequencies.
That's true. Yeah,
that is true. And all the evidence shows.
Right, Joe, the onus is on you. If you're claiming all this stuff, You
Listen,
are the one
Henry,
to provide
Henry,
evidence. It's
Henry,
not me.
Henry,
I'm not,
Henry.
hang on,
I
no.
don't need
Let
to
me
prove
finish.
something that
Let me
everybody's seen. I don't need to prove anything that
Right.
everybody's seen the
Right,
US
okay.
military deploy against its own people January the 5th. They
I've got,
deployed sound
hang on then.
weapons against the crowd, Henry.
Right,
And they
hang
weren't
on,
the big
Joe.
sound weapons with big noise.
Right,
They
Joe,
were
we'll
sounds
do an
that they couldn't be
experiment right
heard
now.
by the
We'll do an
human
experiment.
ear.
I'll do an experiment on you right now. I've got a frequency generator. I'll sweep it through the whole of the spectrum that humans can hear. Tell me when you feel love, what frequency it is.
Don't make us all jizz, Henry. We'll be
Tell
fine.
me
Yeah,
when
now.
it resonates with you. Yeah, I'll do that right now for you. Shall we do
Right.
it?
Right, go on then. And I'm just going to say, there you go. So you stop straight away. Job done.
What?
Right, that's it. I can hear it. Job done. That's love.
No,
Right,
no, I'll
next
do it right
question.
now.
No, I just heard it. That was that frequency right there.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
No, come on. I found it. Stop it.
No, I'm
Oh,
going
come
to
on.
do it.
Stop it, Henry. I heard that
Right,
frequency.
let's do a basic experiment.
No, Henry, it's not that one.
Because
Your
I
frequency you
know
get
we're
nuts.
not gonna
Definitely
find
not
any
love
resonant
hearing coming out your
frequency.
mouth, Henry. It's not love I hear coming out your mouth. That's not the frequency you love coming out your mouth, Henry. Definitely not.
Right, okay, well, I'll get it up and we'll do it.
No, I'm the one you get up, Henry. It's not a dirty party, you weirdo.
Yeah, so we know you're talking rubbish. So the onus is on,
He wants to get your frequency so he can shaky right up into you. Woo!
the onus is on people like you making grand claims about frequencies to show us a bit of evidence, that's all. If you can't, I don't believe you. Sorry. Because I'm not going to go out there and try to...
You're not going to go and watch a video.
all your
No problem.
claims.
No problem, bruv.
To try
Alright.
to disprove all of your claims, I'll be looking forever. I ain't going to waste my time.
Just
So
go look
it's
at the
up to
frequency
you.
one. Go look at the
What?
frequency one.
Well,
I'll do it.
I'm not saying this is proof. I'm not saying this is proof of anything. And I think I saw it on a TV show, but it's a show that probably used proper science to make their point, right? That women, when they're sleeping, they'll wake up way easier to high-pitched sounds than they will to low tones. And the reason for that being that their baby might be crying at a high-pitched tone.
Yeah, makes sense.
On that bombshell, I'm at 2%, so I'm going to bounce. It's been fun though. It's been fun though. And Henry, good chatting. It's been all right.
good chatting, man.
You've not been too much a dick, to be fair. You know. Well, I mean that in the nicest possible way, obviously. And I thought it was funny that we got to help the porn bombing because obviously the midget porn bombers there. Isn't that right, Henry?
All right. I'll
Right.
do the frequency one another time. I've done it before with people who claim all this stuff.
I'll go and double check which one it is.
The
I'll go and double check.
whole continuum of from 20 hertz up to 20 kilohertz. That's the human hearing range. Just tell me when to stop when you feel in love with me.
Listen, Henry, I'll get that video for you, right? And I'll actually timestamp it to the bit where it talks about it. Right? All right. Yeah.
Cool.
I'll do it over the next couple of days. I will remember.
All
right. Right. Catch. Right. Have fun. Later.
See you later. Henry, was there ever any songs that like made you feel a certain way?
Yeah, of course.
For example, but you know, I remember listening to Firestarter, right, by the Prodigy, in a nightclub, but like really loud, and it made me feel very uncomfortable.
Right.
And it was definitely, it wasn't just the volume. I mean, I probably
is it the words? Is it the word, the content, information in the words, rather than just the frequency?
No, it was actually the music. It wasn't even the words. I couldn't care less about the words.
Oh, we know. Yeah.
It was actually the music.
Yeah, the music can make you feel a certain way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but is a frequency responsible for love and fear and all those kind of deep human emotions?
Remember what emotions are, right?
Because hang on, you can be fearful,
right?
I would say you can be fearful of something in a lead chamber where you're not an anechoic chamber where there's no sound, there's no other frequencies getting in there. You're shielded from all of that. So that kind of disproves it's got anything to do with a single frequency? Like, come on, it's so.
Well, hold
pathetic.
on, no, hold on, Crick. I think you're approaching this wrongly. Like, what are emotions, right? They're chemically based things that we have evolved to help us survive, right? So, do you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So things are gonna play on those emotions, vibrations, situations, memories, smells.
Yeah, there's more to it than just a frequency. Yeah, it sounds
Well,
pathetic. This is
but
David
a
Icke
frequency-
territory, isn't it? To say what Joe was saying. Oh, it's all a frequency.
I don't think it's all a frequency.
Everything then, doesn't it? Like,
I
fucking
don't
hell.
think it's all a frequency, but I can see how frequencies might influence your emotions for sure. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, sounds are made of sound frequencies.
Well, that's a good point. It mightn't be frequency; it might be just the whole sounds, the whole thing together.
To say everything is a frequency is kind of true, but it does not explain in anything. It doesn't explain anything. Like,
It's not enough for.
It's like saying beaches are made of sand. Oh, therefore sand explains emotion. Like, I mean,
You
it's just,
heard it here first.
there's a truth in there, but then you're not explaining anything by saying that. It's true, beaches are sand or stones. Yeah, that's true. But laying on the beach, like that, you cannot make the connection between sand and emotions.
Yeah, but I think the issue is
part of it's true. That's what Joe does. He tricks you. He says something that's true and scientifically proven. This is what David Icke does, and then he'll mix it in with his stories to make it sound like it's credible. But then you realize he's using technical terms, scientific terms, and then if you're using those terms, you're going to have to explain it scientifically. And when Joe is asked, okay, right, so what's vibrating? He seems to know. He can't tell you. He doesn't know.
Yeah, but you see, that's the difference.
If he can't tell you, it means he doesn't know.
But that's the difference between people, Henry. Like, you're the type of person who wants to see the proof, the facts, and you'll go on the science 100%, right? Where Joe is not like that, right? He does think kind of like that, but it's not who he is in total, right? So he will, like he was saying, open mind. You remember him saying that?
He's making mistakes, though.
So he wants to bring in theories, and he wants to bring in this sort of thing into the discussion, where I can see for you're not going to really appreciate that because you've got a different sort of mind than he does.
Yeah, because otherwise you can just say anything about anything. If
Well,
there's no evidence. So
no, he was keeping it on point, though. You see,
no, he wasn't. He wasn't providing any evidence whatsoever. Just because
that's how you operate, right?
You know, have a frequency and see. Well, here's one for you, just to baffle people like him up. Right, when a electromagnetic wave of a certain frequency passes by CO2 molecules in the atmosphere, there's a resonance there. And so it's like playing a sound wave where there's a tuning fork right in front of the speaker. Eventually that tuning fork, if you get the right frequency, it will vibrate at its resonant frequency and absorb some of that sound energy. This is exactly analogous to what's going on in the atmosphere. He doesn't believe that. I'm explaining this is how it works. They have vibrational modes, the CO2 molecules, because they vibrate a bit. And if it's the right frequency, it will absorb all that energy from coming up.
Wasn't he saying that in a way with the glass? Right?
Hang on, this is the real science, though, and I can explain it to you, and it can be tested in a lab. The stuff he's coming out with, no one's tested any of this fucking nonsense he's coming out with. There's no credible scientific paper. If it was true, he'd win the Nobel Prize. Oh, look, we can send a frequency and make
Yeah,
you
but
love
we
somebody.
can
Like, come
still-
off it, bro.
We can still think about these things, though, can't we? We can
Yeah,
still
no, but to
contemplate on them.
claim they're true, he comes on here claiming it's all true, and he's got a video. Sure, yeah, he can't even do that. He doesn't know what's vibrating. At least have some inkling about and how to use the language of science correctly, because he's using it and bastardizing it. Don't use that language. Use the language of the Bible or something. Then you fit into the right category. Because when you start stepping on somebody who can use the language to some degree, you stick out like a sore thumb. Like he really does. It sticks out like another David Icke. Like the lizards and all this, the Queen's a lizard. Elvis is still alive. I'm telling you, hang on.
The Queen's
I
not
believe, Butoy, I believe because of a frequency, right? The frequencies that Elvis used to play, he's still alive. He is. I know he is because of the frequencies. This is how ridiculous Joe sounds to a scientist. He is, and there's a frequency. When I wake up at night, I hear it. It goes, ooh. It is the diamond, the size of a refrigerator in my back garden, resonating with the earth. I'm going to go and look. I'll let Joe go and look for it because I know it's there. I know it's resonance. This is how ridiculous he sounds to me, how I just sounded to you right there. So that's it. You know what I'm saying, though? You're going to have to provide a bit more than saying that. Like, come on.
Well, that's how I try to comfort some people who have just lost a pet or a loved one. I tell them, right, so scientifically speaking, energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only transform.
Yeah.
Right?
Hiya.
Oh, yeah.
How's it going?
All right, to go, man. I'm just chilling. Just carry on. Just chilling.
So energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only change form. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. So, if I was to cut off your legs, are you still you?
Good question. Philosophically, you could say no and yes. There's two answers. There's a continuum of positions when you say that.
All right. When you remove,
not fully me, no.
You're a different type of person. All right. Let me take
No,
your brain
it's
out
not me.
of
It's
your head.
not me.
Hold on. Take your brain out of your body and place it somewhere else. Just say with the technology, keep you alive without your body, right? Your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you still you? Are you still Henry Kinkle?
It's a good question. I can answer it in two different ways.
You might change
Mentally,
the experience.
Well, but
you're
because
still
I know,
because I know
humans are, I know that humans are the totality of their sensory perceptions.
Well,
so
you
if
did
you're
talk
just,
about this earlier.
wait a minute, if you're just a brain in a jar, you are not receiving sensory information like touch, visual
what if you show the brain a mirror?
Yeah, well, that's obviously not me.
No. What I'm saying is, before you said about phantom people with phantom limbs, right?
Yeah.
You show them a mirror and they lose it. So somebody who has lost an arm, are they still them?
I think what you're about to say, though, there's no evidence for, but the phantom limb thing, there is evidence for that. So
can't your body, your biological body, be a phantom limb, like the phantom limb? Like, if we had the technology to keep your brain alive, would you need your body? No,
well, I don't know. And so, if you start asserting things, I can dismiss them just as easily if there's no evidence.
But what am I asserting?
Well, not you specifically, Joe, though. So you're saying, okay, the phantom, and so I don't know.
I'm trying to move on from that.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say, I started off by saying this is how I comfort people, but who have had a loss, right? That energy can't be created or destroyed, right? What I'm getting at with all this taking your brain out is that when you break it all down, your consciousness is just based on brain waves and energy, right? So really who you are, whether you've changed from losing your body or whatnot, You could change from having a meal one day and it was the most delicious meal in your life, and it could change who you are, right? Correct. But if our personality, our character, who we are, is energy, right, and it can't be created or destroyed, well, then we're immortal, are we not?
Well, it's energy confined in a extremely complex organ that we call brain. That's the person. So when that organization of matter is disorganized now, and you're part of the atmosphere, some of you's gone off over there, and then I would say no. The energy still exists. Energy can't be created, but to say that
you're immortal, then
you're still out there and like you're a conscious being or something.
No,
I doubt it, but it's up to you to provide me with some kind of evidence, because what you've just done is state one of the laws of thermodynamics about the energy, and then you're mapping it onto some stuff that's a bit sketchy, if you ask me, and it's going into philosophy rather than
well, I mean, just by contemplation, there's no scientific facts. We can't approach this with facts against facts, right? Or science against science. But just from a thought point of view, right? Can you say that who we are isn't energy at the very basic? When you strip away all the biology,
everything in the universe is energy. Matter is energy, and so is electromagnetic energy and other forms of energy, radioactivity, and so forth.
What's this GCSE for one side?
That's like saying that's the same analogy I gave you earlier.
I presume our energy would cease to exist when we passed away.
Beaches are made of sand. We all know that's true.
But
so when you lay on the beach,
I missed it. What'd you say?
I was just saying that, our energy, I presume when we die, just ceases to exist.
No, you see, it can't. Scientifically speaking, it can't. It can only change form. It can't. Energy cannot be created or destroyed.
So we know, Futoi, humans are made of matter. And so not only. Well, yes, matter is energy, and energy is matter.
You've even said it yourself.
Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Humans are made of matter. That matter is organized in a very specific way for it to be called a human. When that matter disperses, you are not a human anymore. So whether we have souls, I think that's what you get into, really, because when the matter is dispersed and the second law of thermodynamics has taken over, and you are at equilibrium with your surroundings, you cease to be a human.
Yeah. Next is going
I never thought that.
Butterfly. Next is going to tell us how a caterpillar turns into a butterfly. I mean, this is GCSE science, Gringo. You know what I mean? And Futoi, come on.
Well, no, I wasn't about to say about caterpillars.
That's what you're talking about,
Well, no, it's not what I'm talking about.
It is. Oh,
metamorphosis is not what I'm referring to here.
No, okay. Some people might call it the soul, Henry, right?
Yes. Now we're getting to it.
No, I'm only bringing it up because you brought it up, right? Because I wasn't referring to it as the soul, but it could be. I suppose you could interpret it as the soul, your energy, the energy that's in the human body, because it's not just biology, right? It's not just biological.
Well, you're not
just biological. No,
it is. Yes, it is.
There's energy.
That is part of biology. The absorption of energy and the release of energy. That's what plants do. They photosynthesize. Yeah,
but
it's all
energy itself isn't a biological thing, right? Or are you saying it is?
Yes, it is. It's part of biology. The consumption of energy to move around takes energy. You turn chemical energy into energy.
There was biology before and at the time of the Big Bang. There was biology.
No.
Well, then you see but there was energy, right? It took energy.
Yeah, but they're not. Well, they're connected, but they're not the same thing.
Right. So, but us humans, our material and our energy is connected, but they're not the same thing. They're still there. But if you take away the biology, the energy is still there.
Well, matter.
That was us. The energy that was floating around our brains, our neurons, and
matter will still be there. No, the energy is consumed though to increase the entropy in the universe. It's still there, but it's not in a usable form anymore. This is what happens when things die and decay occurs. It's not ordered anymore, and you cannot get work out of it. It becomes useless heat.
All right, Crinkle, I've got a question for you. What is the study of chemistry?
We've been through this before. It's to do with matter and how it can change over time.
Yeah, he's been watching Breaking Bad, guys.
You're just using a, it's to do with change, and it's chemistry is all about how atoms and molecules rearrange themselves, basically, in reaction.
Right. I learned more off watching Breaking Bad than I did in any science class in school. You know what I mean?
Well, where did the guy in Breaking Bad, the fictional character, learn this stuff?
That was Chubby, I think, Adam. Adam saying share the beers, whoever just
basically it's all about doing experiments as well. Chemistry is about experimenting and not claiming shit that you don't know is true or not. Like,
yeah, but you're talking like GCSE science here, you know?
Oh no, well, I can go on to higher ones. I have to keep it to the lowest.
Oh yeah, you'd lose me if you did.
Well, exactly. You've got to keep it down to your level, Chubby. Around here, you do. Like, come on.
So Crinkle, you don't believe in an afterlife. You don't believe in the soul or spirit or anything.
No,
like
I don't, because there's no evidence for that. And so why should I? Like, I don't wake up in the morning and say, all right, my default position is to believe everything, and then until it's disproved, I'll keep believing it. No, my default position is don't believe anything unless there's a good reason to believe it, like some evidence. That's the best reason you can get. I don't think there's any other reason to believe anything.
But don't
like I said, you can go and dig for that diamond in my back garden. It's big. It's the size of a refrigerator. I believe it.
But don't you believe or use your imagination? Like, can you not think?
Of course I do. Of course I do. But I know to think about things like that is different to believing they're all true.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to think about what's true and what may not. And then you kind of think, okay, what's plausible, what's not? And this is how scientists operate. They guess and they believe certain things, and then they look for it. And if there's nothing there, they've proved the null hypothesis. And so that's it. There's nothing there. And so why would you carry on believing that?
Right. Let me tell you about something that I saw one guy do it. Now he was saying this thing to try to prove religion, but that's not why I'm saying it to you, right? Just the concept itself, I think, is pretty cool, right? So, if all the knowledge in the whole universe, all of it, not that what people know, all of it, every bit of knowledge in the universe, right, was in a pie chart. How much of that pie chart would humans know?
Oh, tiny. You probably couldn't even see it.
Right. So we're talking more than 99.9% of all the information we don't know, right?
Yeah.
So how can we say what is and what isn't? You know? Like, for example,
hang on. All I like to do is say what is what we do know.
Yeah, because that's the thing. That's the point.
This is the different. Yeah, anything could be possible, but until someone tries to look for it and shows some evidence, then I'm not going to believe, because there's an infinite number of things the world could be. So which one is true, and where do you stop?
Yeah,
like,
Crinkle, I've got an analogy for you, Crinkle. If I was to pick a blade of grass up, one blade of grass, give it to you, you hold it up in front of your face, you look at that blade of grass and you see a blade of grass. But what the blade of grass is, it's not what you see. It's a lot of like molecular shit. You know what I mean?
Well, the molecular side is probably what Lincoln sees, to be fair.
Yeah, we don't see reality, guys. But we see a blade of grass, but it's not a blade of grass, guys. It's like
but you can look closer using detectors and microscopes, and you can do all sorts of things to expand our knowledge of reality at different scales. So yeah,
that's it. I remember that. Hold on. So it is proven fact that that physics in different parts of the universe is different.
Well, some people have postulated that, but there's no evidence for that.
All right. So planets and heavy objects like black holes can warp time space, right?
Yeah.
So that means that time operates differently.
Yes, depending on
right. So there's some physics that's
there's evidence to support this, and we use it every day, every single day.
So
these concepts have to be taken into account. For just one single example, why the GPS system works and is accurate, you have to take into account how close these satellites are to gravitational fields and how fast they're traveling, because time and space is warped at high speeds and next to massive objects.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? So the closer you are at traveling at the speed of light, the closer things are. So a really far galaxy, the closer it is. For example, if you go 99 point whatever the speed of light to a really far place, right, and you come back, the people on the Earth would have aged millions of years. Well, for you, it'll only be a few minutes. I saw that on the grass. The grass type there the other night, and that blew my mind.
This is tested, weekly by scientists in new experiments to see if they can prove it wrong. And every experiment, still, since it was first proposed, everyone's had an opportunity to do something to say, I don't think it's true now, because look at this experiment. No one's ever managed to do it, and we rely on this stuff every day with modern technology, and we rely on actual quantum mechanics for things like MRI machines. And so we understand about vibrations and atoms and quantum mechanics, and we use it. We do understand quite a lot, and it's as baffling as it is, but this is what we have evidence for. And I'm not willing to say there's a flying spaghetti monster orbiting the Earth with a teapot on its head. I believe he's there. It's because of the frequencies.
Wait, you're saying he's not real?
No, I'm saying
there could be kids out there listening to this, Franco.
Are you saying he's not real? Yes, of course I am.
What?
Well, I believe
not too far.
My god is Zeus. No, actually, no, I changed my mind. It's Muhammad. That's my god. Actually, no, I changed my mind. Yahweh. What about Yahweh?
Yeah, he's cool. He's got ringlets and that, so yeah.
He's got ringlets.
Kringle, I noticed you did an audit today. Can I give you my honest opinion? I thought it was shit.
No,
Hang on a minute. Let me just answer somebody.
No honest opinions here on here, Chubby. Cheers.
All right, I'll give you a fake opinion. It was shit.
I'm only joking. You can be as harsh as you want.
Yeah, I know.
Uncle.
Yeah, I know. Your camera was wobbling around all over. It was like watching one of them found footage movies. Yeah. And then you went on like a tit with them women, and they still come at you. I think that woman should be sacked. And the copper, she should be sacked. Like, you know what I mean?
You know what?
You were sucking up to the place, Kringle. Yeah. You were.
Yeah, I would dare him to do a silent audit, but I don't want him to get arrested. because there's a great chance you're going to get arrested, even though you've done nothing wrong on a silent audit.
No.
Yeah.
Why would they want to arrest you on a silent audit?
Because the old ego kicks in.
The whole reason
Could be a terrorist.
I will say, Crinkle, the best thing
The whole
about
reason for that audit, though, because I used to go on at the auditors saying, you're asking for something if you go up there and call them all sausages and all that. I bet you if you went up and did your audits and was really polite, they ain't gonna fuck with you, like you, and it'll just be boring. And so I said, all right, well, one day I was driving past there and I thought, well, okay, let's go up and not hassle the police and be polite and just be courteous. I bet you they don't want to handcuff me.
She said, she says, you've got my backup, Henry. This is why you've got my backup.
Yeah, you did nothing wrong. You weren't doing anything illegal, but she wanted to tell you that you got her backup.
And so
I would say to that officer, keep your personal opinions to off-duty time. I don't want to have to pay you your salary for you to spout this shit to me.
The point is, do this thought experiment. If I would have started saying, you sausage, you this, you that. Well, yeah, would that have made it worse, or
Yeah, it would have made it worse. Yeah,
they're entitled to have their backs
but is that against the law? Is that against the law?
They have backup? No, it's not.
I can't call them a sausage, is it?
No, it's common courtesy, though, isn't it? To step up in their face. Well, the whole point, I proved my point by saying if you're polite and courteous, they tend to be that back, and that's it. Simple.
Yeah, but Kringle,
they're paid to be polite and courteous no matter what. That's what we paid them for.
Even when you're calling them sausage, getting aggressive.
That's what we paid them for.
Well, even if you've got a balance on, you're calling them sausages, you're dismissed. They're human beings, though. They're human beings.
No, but
you can't pay someone to be a robot. Well, unless they're Jay, the AI, they're human beings too.
Based on their emotions. The law doesn't work that way. It doesn't work on
they've got a right. Do you think they've got a right to feel safe in their own workplace when we know they are perfect targets?
However they want.
The police are perfect targets for terrorists.
When was the last time a terrorist targeted a police?
Let me keep on this one.
Name one time.
And also here, over in France, they're already getting gunned down. It's just over the water. And so if you're an Islamist terrorist, for example, right, wouldn't the police, instead of the army, like the police are like down from the army?
Are you just going to shout over everyone all night? Can you not?
Go on, Chubby.
Yeah, Kringle, I need to warn you, dude, that messing around on the back of police stations, right? When you're buying crack, you're smoking crack, dude.
Here we go. So I think it's going to make an important point.
If I was your dealers, right, I'd be worried if I saw that. I was thinking, no, I'm not giving them any more drugs. He's kind of out.
I don't smoke crack.
Yeah, well, okay.
Well, I've smoked all sorts of drugs. I've done pretty much everything, but doesn't mean I'm an active crackhead, does it?
No, but there was like this guy who used to go out auditing with his little dog, and he was a drug dealer, right? And he was messing around the place and that, and they ended up, when they locked him up and that, and raided his house and found all these drug dealers and got locked up in prison.
That's just stupidity.
I know. All I'm saying, Crinkle, is you don't want to go messing with the police if you smoke drugs, you know what I mean?
It's got nothing to do. What? Why? Why?
Because if the worst does happen, you're going to get caught, you know what I mean? And your drug dealers, they'll seize your phone, they'll look at your text.
The police ain't interested in drug users. They want to catch the dealers, not the users.
Yeah, you're putting your dealers at risk, dude, doing that, you know what I mean?
Oh, shut up, Chubby. That's preposterous.
But it's not like me to say anything preposterous, is it?
What a preposterous proposition.
Yeah, I'm saying, I know, Crinkle, you said it, you want and only audit, but you're a bit of a liability there, dude. I'm not telling you the crap anymore, Crinkle. You know what I mean? If you're going to mess around with the police, I've said too much.
Preposterous.
No, I don't really sell them crack, guys. But if I did, I'd be worried. You know what I mean? He's going around messing around with the police and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much. I would be more worried being an auditor. They want to get auditors rather than drug users. I think they think auditors are wankers, really, don't you think?
Well, Henry Kringle, you said that, all right, Auditor Britain's doing it right and that. And he's squeaky clean, guys. And to be an auditor and mess around the place, you have to be squeaky clean. You know?
No, auditors themselves are not squeaky clean because they're just annoying and wasting police time. Wasting police time is a criminal offence. One of these days, because of the auditors, they're going to bring in a law that increases the penalties and hang on, and lowers the bar for what constitutes wasting police time. And it's going to be all because of these stupid auditors wasting their time when they ain't got the resources to begin with. They don't need arseholes wasting their time.
Well, they don't have to talk to the assholes. They don't even have to go out to them.
Is it? Wasting police time is not a criminal offence, so you've got that wrong.
Well, I think it is.
But how
they should make it a criminal offence. And one of these days, because of these stupid auditors, I think they might do.
How? What's the connection?
What? What do you mean?
The police don't have to go out. There's somebody doing a completely legal activity.
Police stations are secure buildings. We all know eventually they will become targets of some crazy idiots, and so they have a right to come out and ask you what you're doing when you're looking all suspicious with a phone and you've got a balaclava.
Did they go out and ask Google what the Google plane took, or did they ask what the Google car for the street views did? Did they ask them?
No, they don't need to, though. We know Google.
Why don't they need to? Because Google
street cars don't look suspicious. We know what they are.
But
and they don't call police
terrorists. The terrorists aren't gonna look at your video for the police station.
Oh, shit. That's one of the worst.
If I was a terrorist looking on
Google Maps, right?
If I was a terrorist out to cause trouble for the police, I would go, brilliant. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pretend to be an auditor. Then I've got a good excuse to be there.
Well, you don't even have to pretend to be an auditor. It's not illegal to film in public, no matter who you are.
Yes, we all know. But I would ask them people. All right, then.
I'm an auditor. You can just say I'm filming in public. That's allowed by the law. Leave me alone.
Do this outside.
Oh, you're irking me, or whatever she said to you.
Go and do this outside military bases, for instance. Oh, they love the military. Or go to somewhere like Area 51. Go and audit Area 51.
Well, it's a restricted place.
Don't get very far.
Yeah, it's restricted.
Yes,
between filming in a legal place and filming in a restricted place.
Sooner or later, they're going to make doing it outside police stations restricted.
No, they can't, because then they'd have to get rid of dash cams.
Well, there'll be a new law. Well, yeah, but filming like those idiots do, though, with balaclavas on, intending to look suspicious and be an arsehole.
Suspicion isn't a crime. To look suspicious isn't a crime and is subjective. For one person, what's suspicious to another person, he's keeping his fucking head warm.
Okay, so
you know what I mean? You can't make laws based on that.
Okay, do you agree police stations are sensitive buildings and secure buildings?
Not from the outside. I'm not filming them from a public place.
Not from the outside.
Inside might be that, but not outside.
Yeah. So if you were so if you were a terrorist wanting to get inside, would it be good like the Manchester bomber did? He'd done a video reconnaissance of the area, and he had all that on his phone. Right.
Just go to Google Maps, Google Street View, Google Satellite.
Okay, so
you don't need that anymore these days.
Well, okay. What if a criminal wants to, a terrorist wants to get the numbers of the police people's cars, and then they might want to follow them home. Because do you realise in
Go
France,
stand outside the police station and
how
watch
many
it.
police in France just over the water? It's just a hop, just a tiny thing. Why are the police targets, and how many of them have been gunned down with AK-47s in the street and murdered in broad daylight, or actually in nighttime?
Well, that's an illegal activity, right? Standing
Okay.
there filming in
That's
public
down to
isn't
organised
illegal.
crime.
Isn't
Okay,
illegal.
Okay, so
Filming
look.
on the plates isn't illegal. Looking
No,
suspicious
wait a minute. Wait
isn't
a minute.
illegal.
Wait, though. Right. So just over the water, police have been gunned down numerous times, right?
It's terrible. That's
Clear. Right. Hang on. These are Islamist terrorists who have a single ideology. What makes you think they can't just bring that ideology here and start doing it here too? And so we don't want to see those
what's that got
things.
to do with auditors? Like if there was or wasn't auditors, that wouldn't change that. They're going to do that whether there is or isn't auditors.
Yeah, but the police have a right. The police in France, I think, have a right to, if someone's filming that looks a bit suspicious outside their station, they should have a right to ask you what you're doing. And so, yes, why not?
In
Why not?
France,
You can ask anything you
France,
want.
most of them
Yeah,
are
it's not-
organised
yeah.
criminals, not
It's not illegal to ask you what you're doing, is it? It's not illegal for them to ask what you're doing.
Well,
They're
no,
not breaking the law.
anybody can ask you what you're doing. Anybody can ask questions. Asking questions
Right,
isn't
so it's
illegal.
not against the law, and they have the power, if they feel you're a bit too suspicious, to hold you until you give them your details. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not against the law.
Well, you see, that's what the Germans did as well, the Nazi Germans. Papers.
No.
Where are the papers? Where are
It's
the
not
papers?
illegal. No, it's not illegal though. So
Where's the papers?
the auditors are doing the
It
law.
is illegal.
So are
It
the
is.
police. Well, why ain't all the police under British law the ones that have held auditors? Why ain't we seeing them lining up to go to court? Because it's not illegal.
No, because it's expensive. It's a pain in the ass to sue them.
So you think they're all committing a crime by coming out and asking suspicious people with cameras what they're doing just at the back?
No. Asking is never a crime. Demanding is different. That when you demand something, you're detaining them, and for doing legal activities. That's the issue, Crinkle.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal to suspect you of doing a
illegal.
It's not illegal.
You're right. It's not illegal. What's illegal is to illegally detain somebody, illegally take somebody's personal information away from them, their right to privacy, based on no crime. That's the problem.
It's not illegal for them to suspect you of doing hostile reconnaissance, and then under the law,
suspect you for being Mickey Mouse. It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. So that what they're doing, if they go to the full extent and they hold you until you give your details, right? I would say that's not illegal, but you can escalate. Hang on. And so the auditor, what they're doing is not illegal. So if everything remains civil and polite, I would say most of the time it's not going to get there. And this is why I did my audit.
No, you're wrong. I've seen it many times.
The whole point of these auditors is to get that response off the police, but they're not breaking the law.
It helps YouTube. It surely, I'll give you that. It does make an interesting video for YouTube. I'll give you that. But there's still the whole point, right? I've seen lots of audits where the people are nicer than you, more compliant than you were, and still get fucking beat up or handcuffed or whatever.
Hang on a minute. Beating someone up is a different thing to holding you until you give your details. So basically, you're having to rely on this common courtesy argument. The police shouldn't be doing it. They should be courteous. But and so hang on.
That's what we paid them for.
Yeah, hang on. But then you keep falling back on this thing. What the auditor's doing is not illegal, and they're calling them sausage. Yeah, calling them sausages is against common courtesy, but they're not breaking the law. And so the police can do that game too.
They can't, because the police aren't forced to pay for the auditor. The
No,
police
they-
aren't forced.
they
that
haven't
have
broken
to
the
pay
law.
for the auditor. The auditor and everybody else is forced
Okay,
to pay for the police. You've
The
no
police-
choice. You
no,
can't say, "Oh, today I'm not going to pay the police because I don't think they did a good
The
job."
police haven't broken the law, though.
They have.
But then you will use the argument they're not courteous. But I would say auditors ain't fucking courteous.
No,
They're
but
calling them
auditors don't need to be courteous. The
So
police
neither
are paid.
of them- right,
The police
so-
are paid to be
right,
professional. It's in
right,
their code
so-
of conduct. It's in their
right,
code
so-
of conduct, Crinkle.
Look,
Look
me-
when News Now Yorkshire got arrested, right, that one time. Or he got handcuffed and put in the back of a van really roughly, right?
Good,
And it
good.
was unjustified. He sued.
Yeah, it was
and he
calling
won.
them.
He
But hang
sued
on.
and he won.
They haven't broken the
Explain
law. Right.
They did. He sued and he won, mate.
Well, anyone breaking the law. Well, okay, if they roughed him up, that is breaking the law. But
No, they put
they
him in
are
handcuffs.
allowed to. Right, hang on.
No,
Under
they put
the
him in
law-
handcuffs
Right.
and they put him in the back of the van.
Okay. Is it illegal to be suspicious of somebody and
You
then
can be
and then
suspicious all
use?
you like.
Hang on. Is it illegal to be suspicious and then use the law, their powers under Great British law, to detain you until you give details so that they can be satisfied you are not going to?
No,
you're
Crinkle,
not
I can
being-
see you're not going to accept it till it happens to you.
Wouldn't they
I
have to
can
give
see
you
that.
a satisfactory explanation why? As in,
Yeah,
we have to give you
reasonable.
your
Yeah,
details because you
suspicion
might
is
have
enough.
the
Yeah.
reconnaissance
Exactly,
cameras.
exactly.
They
Minister.
need,
It has
they
to be
need the
reasonable.
power to question suspicious people.
They can do that all they
And that's
want.
not illegal. Exercising that
But
right.
they do a lot of the times do illegal stuff. Before there was auditors.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
auditing
not
just
talking
got-
about
hold on, let me
illegal.
finish the sentence. When auditing first started, they were doing all sorts of illegal shit. Now that auditing has changed it, that now they're more aware. Now they're being more polite and more professional.
Oh, hang on.
Because
I've
auditors- Thank you very
hang
much.
on. I've
auditors.
watched these audits since day one.
Thanks
and-
very much, auditors.
99% of them, nothing happens, and they talk to them, and they might get a bit uppity and whatever, but nothing actually illegal happens in 99% of these
That's
videos. There might be
bullshit.
one or
That's
two.
bullshit, Crinkle. That's bullshit, mate.
Well,
It's
I'd
the other way
like to see-
around. It's a higher statistic that they've done shit.
What's the worst thing that's happened?
That young lad, I think it was 16 or
Right, okay,
17.
right.
The
Any
guy
other-
beat the shit out of him. He beat the shit out of him.
Right. Well, that's illegal.
Of course, it's illegal.
How often
And
is
it's not
that,
to do a
though?
lot.
How
A lot.
often does it happen? It doesn't happen,
Well,
though.
not to
It's
that
never-
extent. Not to that extent. But
It's
it does
never
happen
happened.
where they illegally look at AB, right? He quite
Illegally.
often gets illegally detained, handcuffed, searched.
What's illegal about the detention?
That they don't have reasonable grounds. They're just
Well-
doing it because they think they
Wow.
can. Because
Well,
they're under some illusion.
how do you
that
know?
they can just stop anybody and say, "Give me the papers." Put
How
on
do
the
you know?
papers."
How do you know what they're thinking and what they deem
Because
as?
they do it. They do it on film, the idiots. Imagine what
It's
they
only
do on film.
because you know from the very beginning they're not suspicious. They're just auditors. But the police don't know that. They don't know that. You've got a balaclava, and what do you want them to think?
Easy,
Oh,
people.
They can come up. They can be courteous. They can ask all the questions in the world.
illegal though. If they
But
think
they cannot. They don't have the right. All right,
Yes,
just to
they
put
do.
anybody in handcuffs and take anybody's
they
identification.
do have
They
that
do
right,
not
though.
have that
It's
right.
illegal. Yes,
They
they
do not.
do. I'm sorry,
they
they
don't.
do.
No,
Yes,
they don't.
they
Not
do.
without reasonable
They do.
grounds. You
Well,
need reasonable grounds.
and suspicion.
No, suspicion isn't reasonable grounds. The
Yes, it
suspicion
is
subjective.
suspicion that you look
Suspicion
suspicious.
is subjective. It's not. What's suspicious to
No.
one man is perfectly normal to another.
Well, then, but it's still legal to get them under suspicion. It's
No,
still legal.
no,
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
It's
Sorry.
not.
Yeah. You may know what's going
These
on. They
people
don't know
know.
what's going on. They have to find out.
No, it's
You
reasonable
feel me?
grounds. A crime is going to be, has been committed, going to be committed, or will be, or is
Oh,
being
yeah,
committed.
these auditors look like they're about to commit a crime. To be fair, in
No, but
Balaclava.
that look like is profiling, which
Okay.
is not. which is not
Well,
right. I don't know if it's
no, it's not profiling. It's the behaviours that come along with it. It's the looking suspicious, acting suspicious, filming, pointing the camera in to car parks at the police. They have a damn right to come out there and question you.
They
Yes,
can
they
ask
do.
you.
I'm sorry.
They can
Well,
ask you
I'm
whatever
not
they
going to go
want.
on about it anymore. I've given you my reasons, and I think they should retain this power. None of them have really broken the law by saying, hang on, I'm not letting you go because I suspect you are up to no good. They ain't broken the law, and that's it.
I think in a lot of cases they have.
Beating people up, so obviously, I don't support that, but they need this power, and they have this power, and it's not illegal.
It has to be reasonable, though.
Yeah, it's
it has to be reasonable. That not because he doesn't like the look of you, he can take away your right to privacy, strip you of your right to anonymity, and
that's all they've
demand
got to go on.
ID.
Right, that's all they've got to go on.
Then they don't have anything to go on, do they?
Yes, all they can go on is how you look to begin with. They look out the window and see.
So they can just detain you on how you look. That's called profiling.
If you're acting suspicious,
that's profiling. What's suspicious?
Yeah, it's still legal.
Filming is suspicious. How many criminals have filmed themselves committing a crime? Not a very smart one.
Right, listen, do the police walk up and down high streets doing this, or is it only at the back of their secure buildings where this mostly happens?
Well, to be honest, that's a bigger question than you realise.
Well, I know the police are very well behaved.
No. For example,
when you're there to antagonise, then you may.
No. For example, AB, right? His last interaction was with. He went to town hall and he was filming in town hall. The security guard says, "You can't film here. There's a sign. Blah blah blah." And AB said, "Right, I'm going to leave then." So AB went to leave. The security guard stopped them, detained them for 5 minutes, said, "You cannot leave until you delete it," and tried to stop him.
Yeah,
AB eventually. Hang on.
This ain't the police.
Let me get the story.
No, wait a minute. Stop though. I know security guards can be unprofessional. So I agree. Hang on. They can be unprofessional. They don't have powers like the police do.
I'm not ready. You see, you're jumping in, and I've not even got to the point yet. So how can you have an objection to the point when you haven't heard it yet? Right?
Because you're talking about a security guard.
No, I started. No, I haven't talking about. I started with. The story gets somewhere once you let it. All right. So the security eventually AB pushed past them. The security guard ran out, got two other security guards, and detained AB outside on the street for 25 minutes under threat of violence. And they said that they're detaining him. They're doing a citizen's arrest. The police came, and then the police, instead of the police dealing with this crime that those security guards absolutely committed, they wanted to find fault in AB. They were trying to incriminate AB somehow.
Yeah, so but you're injecting security into this. Hang on, this ain't a clear-cut thing where police. No.
It is.
Sorry, no.
It's on video, Crinkle.
The police don't fucking know what he's there for, and they're going off the security. Well, hang on. The police have to listen to all of the sides. The security could have made up any story. Yeah. The security probably said to the police, "This guy's caused problems and blah blah blah," and so it's not quite as clear. Hang on, no, you're just trying to muddy the waters. Well,
it's on video.
Yeah, that's got security involved.
It doesn't matter what they say. It's on video. The objective witness, the witness that does not lie, the video.
Well, I'm just talking about vanilla audits where you go directly and deal with the police.
But I'm just giving you an example where, no, it's not. AB was completely nice to them, as nice as you were today.
You know, but he
didn't try to make a fight, didn't do anything like that. And still they acted in that way. Still
security,
they wanted to take
whatever you think, whatever. So, are you trying to map this on to the other audits where it's just the auditor versus the police, like rather than security getting involved and different sides of stories told by all the parties?
How you're saying it's not if you be nice and are kind and everything that nothing will go wrong. It'll be a lovely audit. Plenty of audits have gone really south, And the auditor was doing nothing but being nice, polite, never said a bad word, never called anybody a sausage, never acted in a bad way.
Right. Yeah. How many? Show me like five. Show me
Oh,
five.
Jesus, many. Oh,
Show me
completely
five
many.
where it's gone wrong.
Many, like say 60% of Long Island audits.
Long Island audits.
Yeah.
Where's that? America?
Yeah. Auditing is a worldwide
Hang on,
thing
we're
now.
talking about the UK. You see how you just
We're talking about
getting
the
off?
UK.
Like the UK police are probably the most well behaved on the planet.
Well, they are a lot better than the American police. I do
so-
give them that. I do
Yeah,
give
so
them that.
bringing up like Long Island audits, we're on about the police over here. Like, come on.
Right, let me see. Let me give you an example. English. There's loads, man. There's loads. News Now Yorkshire. He doesn't call them sausages. He's always nice with them, and he's been held up a load of times. Him and Tubbs were looking into a garage. Never said a bad word to anybody.
Oh, looking into garages is what car thieves
No,
are doing.
it was a business garage, and it was open. It was in London. They were just filming into it. It's something to do with police.
Well, car thieves look into car parks and garages like that.
And they no, but that's not
Yes.
enough. You're profiling, right? You're judging.
Do you want the police to ignore so many people that you would
They
get
came up and
terrorists
drew their
and
guns.
ignored? Right.
They came up and drew their guns, Crinkle.
Right.
They came up and
Yeah.
held them at gunpoint.
Well,
And then
that's
let them
America.
go.
Hang on, that's America.
No, this was in England. This was News Now Yorkshire and Tubbs. Even though I can't stand that fucking Tubbs, I
okay.
still say.
Right, okay. All right. Do
We'll
you
talk
think
about
this is?
that further on.
Do you think this may be pushing? You're pushing for an environment where you want the police just to ignore everyone, and so a real. Hang on, someone who wants to do real damage to the police can just go under the radar. That's
No,
the
you don't watch
environment
it
you're
enough.
encouraging.
No, you're not watching it enough. The police have changed big time since it started.
Well, all right. Well,
They have
I'll
changed
say
big
then.
time. You can go up and ask anybody any question you like. Go up and say, "Look, I find you're being a little bit suspicious. Can you just answer my questions?" Right? That's it.
Well, look,
That's all they have to do. No. What's your name? Give me your ID. Yeah, I'm putting you in handcuffs and detaining you for purposes of a search. Blah 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 blah.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal. So that's the end of it. I'm not going on about it anymore.
It is
I
when
can't
they're
be
doing.
bothered. Well,
when
I
they're
know
doing
it's
it
not
for
illegal. Under the law, they have the power to do that if they feel suspicious enough of your actions and behavior.
They're getting sued, man, because they're not. It's not enough for them to do that.
Okay. Right. So, how many successful suing cases have there been? Can you just give me a few?
AB's got about 7 now at this stage.
Yeah, for what though? For what?
No.
For the exact same thing, for detaining him, getting his ID, putting him in cuffs, over nothing, over him doing illegal activity.
Well,
there's lots of court cases, but the thing is, it's not easy. You have to find a lawyer who will represent you, one, against the police, and two, it takes time, it takes money.
Right. Do you think this happens up and down high streets, or is it just outside where there's a grey area that auditors want to tread on? And so, yeah, I think it is, because the police don't do this up and down the high street, do they? In normal everyday life, this doesn't happen. I haven't seen this happen in my whole life ever on a high street.
Because you
haven't
haven't
seen
seen
someone with a camera. No, they don't do it. They only do it outside the back of their own secure building and want to know what you're doing. Yeah, and auditors know this, and auditors play on it. Yeah, and then they inflame it by calling them sausages and then being defensive and argumentative. Yes.
Very few audits these
days. I would throw AB auditor
listen.
I would put him in the back of a van. I would detain him, for being an arsehole.
Crinkle, listen. Very few audits are held at police stations these days. That's a 2022 thing.
Yeah, and then the security will come out then.
So what do you think? What do you think of DJ audits? What do you think of DJ audits?
Well, it's pathetic, and he's dealing with non-police. Yeah, he's not dealing with the police.
You know what he's done? Sometimes he is. A lot of times he is. Not a lot,
Yeah,
but
a lot
sometimes
of
he
times
is.
the
But you know
policeman-
what he's done for the
Come on.
rights of drone flyers in England? Do you know what he's done?
fuck's sake. Yeah, he pesters
He's
private
educated
companies.
people.
Well, I'm not arguing about that.
people.
They can misbehave, and I couldn't care less. That's private security. If you don't go up to them, I don't care. That's not the police. We're not paying
We'll have no
them.
private businesses
We're not-
founded here.
We're not paying those security. The private company is. So I don't care. I don't. Your argument was it's our money. They should be behaving. I couldn't care less because I'm not interested in them. I don't go up there. They don't harm me. They don't harm.
But
I don't harm
do you
them.
not agree with that? That they're being paid by your tax money. They should act professional, should they?
No,
not?
not them security. No, they're not.
No,
They're
the
paid by
officer,
the
the
company.
police. I'm talking about the police.
Yeah, the police, and they have a right to come out and ask you what you doing, and if you
They
get all
do.
funny,
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with that. That
yeah,
they have
and
a
if
right.
you get all funny
But
and
I think
start
that's what I
acting
said
like
to
an
you.
auditor, they have the right to detain you, and good. And it's
I
not illegal.
wanted to challenge you to do a silent audit, but you know what? I'm pretty sure there's a good chance you'll get arrested. A
Well,
silent audit where you just do not talk whatsoever. You don't answer the questions, which you have the right to do. It's completely legal.
well, that can still look suspicious. That's even more suspicious. What the fuck are you doing outside here?
Suspicion isn't a crime. Suspicion
Yeah,
isn't
well,
a crime.
well, outside the back of a police station, it makes it suspicious.
That suspicious isn't a crime. There's no sentence.
Yeah,
for
no. Yeah,
suspicion.
and ask
Your
me
Honor,
what-
Your
Okay,
Honor, in 10 years,
We're going round in
he acted
circles.
very suspiciously. There
We're
isn't.
going around in circles. It's pointless carrying on.
There is. We disagree on this point. We do disagree on this point.
Yeah. So yeah, you know my position. I'm not budging from that, and
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
not
yours.
budging either. I'm a strong believer in our rights, and I think that's far more important than some stuffed up policeman operating on the color of law with his ego. No
How would
thanks.
this have gone down during the Troubles?
What do you mean? What troubles?
Well, the Northern Ireland Troubles. How would it have
but
gone
they're
down with a guy in a balaclava outside the back of a police station? How would
You
that go down,
probably
though?
would have got shot, Henry.
Right,
That's
and so
different.
well, I would have suggested it would have been a better idea just to ask who the fuck you are, and then if they don't tell them, detain them until they do, and then send them on their way, knowing that you've cleared, that they're clear, they're not a threat. They're
Where does it stop? Where does it stop? Maybe he's walking down the main street, like you keep liking to say, and he sees somebody that has funny looking eyebrows and looks a little bit
It
suspicious.
stops when you're round the corner from the police station and ain't pointing that shit at police buildings. That's where it stops, and it does stop there.
But you're allowed. That's not against the law.
Yeah, I know, but it's
Google
like,
did it, but
I'm
they're
allowed,
okay to do it.
I'm allowed to walk up to you and come into your place of work and start filming your ass with a camera 4 inches away from your face. I'm allowed to do that.
You're not. No, you're
It
not. That's
doesn't mean
private
you.
property.
It doesn't mean you
That's
should
private
do it.
property.
Though. It doesn't mean you should do everything you're
No,
allowed to
you're
do
not allowed
just
to
because
do
you
that.
can.
No,
There's a
filming in
difference between-
supermarkets is a no. They don't
Yeah.
like it.
You're not allowed. Yeah, it's
I do it,
private
but
property
it's
is
real
their
fun.
rules.
Well, they are allowed to come out and ask you the fuck you are. And if you,
Nobody's
yes, they
arguing
are.
with you on that. Anybody can ask you anything. Anybody, including
Yeah.
police, can
Yeah,
ask you
and
whatever
they
the fuck they want.
They are allowed to detain you if they are
No,
suspicious. Yeah.
no, that's different. Detainment is
Well, let's
different.
look the law up.
Detainment,
Hang on. Right, let's ask
detainment
Jay
is
the
an
law.
arrest. Do you
Right,
realize
let's ask Jay the
detainment
law. Let's ask
No,
Jay
the-
the law.
detainment is a temporary
Right,
arrest?
let's ask
You
Jay
realize
the
that?
law. Right, I'll ask him. Is it
Ask him.
lawful? Right. Okay. Right.
Don't
Hang
forget
on.
to say in England.
Right. Let's see. Yeah, in England. Okay. So, all right. Let's just see what he says. I may be proven right or wrong. We'll see. So, hello, Jay. So, is it lawful in the UK for a police officer to approach somebody outside that police station who they deem to be suspicious, acting suspiciously?
All right, Minister, mate.
Hang on. So to just follow up a little bit, is it lawful for the police to be able to detain that person until they are happy that that person is not up to no good?
No,
All right,
thank you.
Henry, here's the deal.
Hang
No
on.
worries, let's break it down. In the UK, the police can stop and talk to someone if they think that person is acting suspiciously. But to detain them, they've got to have a bit more, like a reasonable suspicion that
There
a
you
crime
go.
or
Oh, hang on.
Hey, Henry,
Carry on.
got you, Henry. Understood?
Start again. Hang on. Go back to the beginning. Start again. Don't make a noise because it stops him talking.
Mute us. Can you mute us?
Jay, tell Henry to chill out. Stop worrying about what auditors get up to and worry about himself harassing innocent members of the public on the street, and it couldn't come. Ask him that.
Oh, just like they did the next day. News Now Yorkshire threatening members of the public with violence. Both of them. Right, hang on. Let's ask Jay. Hang on. So Jay, right, hang on. Wait a minute.
Jay, tell him to get out more. Tell him to go touch some grass.
No, Jay answered the question. You need to have reasonable grounds.
Yeah, hang on,
detain
he's about to
somebody.
go on though. That a
The
crime may
detainment
be committed. So yeah, it's very grey. We're getting into really grey areas. Right, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. So Jay, can you answer the question again, please?
Of course, Henry. What was the question?
Right.
Give it another go.
Well, the one I just asked you.
No worries, mate. When you're ready, hit me with your question.
Okay, so is it lawful? Is it lawful in the UK for a police officer to come up to somebody outside their building who they deem as acting suspicious, and under what circumstances can they detain that person until that person gives them their details so that they can be sure that person is not a threat to them or the building?
All right. In the UK, police officers can approach someone if they think they're acting suspicious. Under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984, they've got powers to stop and question you. They can ask what you're up to, why you're in a certain area, or where you're heading. But here's the kicker. You're not legally obliged to give them your name or address unless they believe you're involved in antisocial behavior or committing a crime. For detention, if they have reasonable grounds to suspect you're involved in a crime, they can detain you for a search. This stop and search has to be based on reasonable suspicion, like if they think you're carrying illegal drugs, a weapon, or stolen property. If they don't find anything, they should let you go on your way. But if you refuse to give your details when required or resist a search, you might end up in a bit of hot water.
Okay, so just to follow up, is it enough for them to suspect you of doing hostile reconnaissance for them to detain you under anti-terror laws? Is that lawful or not?
Right, Henry. Under anti-terror laws in the UK, specifically the Terrorism Act 2000, police can detain you if they reasonably suspect you're involved in hostile reconnaissance. This means if they think you're gathering information for a potential terrorist act, they can stop and search you. This suspicion has to be more than a hunch. It needs to be based on specific behavior or circumstances. Once detained under these laws, they can hold you for a limited time without charge, preferably to conduct a thorough investigation.
Okay, let me interrupt you, Jay. Would filming... Hang on. Would filming into the police car park with balaclavas on be grounds for them to detain you under and have enough suspicion to detain you to get your personal information before they release you?
If you're filming into a police car park while wearing balaclavas, that's likely going to raise some eyebrows.
I'm going back out doing it again soon, lad.
Carry on, Jay.
All right. filming into a police car park with balaclavas on could definitely be seen as suspicious behavior. The police might think you're up to no good, possibly doing hostile reconnaissance, which falls under anti-terror laws. In such a scenario, reasonable grounds to detain you for questioning and to check your identity. You want to make sure there's no threat to the police or the premises. So yeah, that could be enough for them to detain you and get your details.
Legally, yes or no?
Come on, Craig.
You know he's going to say yes. You know it's a yes. You know it's a yes. So
You
would
wouldn't
that
accept his first two answers. It has to be reasonable grounds, Henry. They can't
It
do
is.
it
I just asked him.
willy-nilly.
Well, he thinks it's reasonable if you are balaclavaed up, filming into.
He
said
didn't. He
it's
said it
reasonable.
could be seen as suspicious. It could be this, but
Crinkle.
you're also
No,
keep
no,
saying
I said,
something
well,
wrong.
I'll ask you
It's
again then.
not
Crinkle.
their
Ask
building.
it. Ask.
It's not their
Oh,
building. The public pay for it.
That's where they work, though. They work there.
The
They want to
public
need to
pay
feel
for
safe.
it. They pay for it. It is our civic duty to keep our
going over
government
this again.
under scrutiny. It is our
Can't
civic
to go over
duty.
this again.
It is our civic duty to keep
We'll
our
just
government
agree
under
to
scrutiny.
disagree, because even Jay will admit it's legal for them if they suspect you.
He kept telling you
anti-terror law.
reasonable
And I
ground.
specifically asked. Hang on, I specifically asked him if you're balaclavaed up, filming into a police car park. Is that enough grounds for them to stop you and detain you? And he said yes. That's
He
good
didn't.
enough.
He didn't. He said it might bring up suspicion.
All right. Well, I'll ask
Certainly.
him. I will explicitly
Certainly.
ask him then. Right. Let's
Yeah,
ask him.
he did say it.
let's
It
not ask
might.
him again.
Yeah.
He did.
Don't
He
ask
did.
him again.
Right.
Please don't ask him again.
Right,
He's
last
going-
question.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. Explicitly.
Yeah, don't crinkle. It's
So
not
Jay,
worth it, bro.
so Jay, having a balaclava on outside a
Jay,
police
delete
station,
yourself from the server.
having a
Thank you.
balaclava, having a balaclava on outside a police station,
Hey,
filming.
go on, hey, Alexa.
Well, you keep talking, so forget it.
Does Jay fancy Alexa?
Probably. Hang on.
You're just not going to agree, Crinkle. You're
I'll
just
ask him that
you're
single
stuck in a-
question,
in a way
because
of
otherwise
thinking.
this argument's going to go on forever. So,
No,
Jay,
let's change the subject,
so
dude.
Jay,
Look,
so
you're not
Jay,
gonna,
so
you're not
hang
going to
on.
change what happens to you. It's quite
Hang
obvious.
on a minute.
And when it does happen to you, then
You know. Look,
oh,
you
wait
know.
a minute.
It's never
Now
going to
I
happen
see
to
what
me
they're-
because I
what
don't do
they're
that kind of
talking about.
behavior. Hang on.
Yeah, wait till it happens.
Hang
Wait
on a
till it
minute.
happens
Well, let's,
to
you know you're going to be, get the opinion of what's reasonable off of Jay, and you're not going to like it. That's why you're playing up.
It wasn't me who interrupted Jay.
Crinkle.
Last-
Calm
Hold
down,
on,
bro.
one more
1 second.
question,
Crinkle.
Jay.
Right,
I've
last
watched my audit.
Last question. So, Jay, is it legal under UK law if the police suspect you of hostile reconnaissance by you're wearing a balaclava and you're pointing your camera into their car park? Is it legal? Is it legal and lawful of the police to detain you if they suspect you are up to hostile reconnaissance? Detain you for your name and address and details before they let you go.
Just going to tell
All
you
right,
the
Henry,
same thing.
let's break it down. In the UK, if the police suspect you of hostile reconnaissance, which is basically scoping out a location for shady reasons like terrorism, they have the power to stop and question you. Wearing a balaclava and pointing a camera into a police car park could definitely raise suspicions. Now, if they think you're up to no good, they can detain you to verify your identity and find out what you're up to. However, any detention has to be reasonable and proportionate. They can't just hold you indefinitely without a solid reason.
Yes, not indefinitely, but just temporarily.
He keeps telling you reasonable, right?
yeah.
He keeps telling you the same
All right,
thing.
then. All right, this is the
Well,
question.
you
So,
just
Jay,
don't want to
Jay,
accept
hang
it.
on. Jay, is it reasonable for the police to detain somebody they suspect of this hostile reconnaissance?
No, you see, that's a set-up question. Of course,
No,
you're going
it's
to answer
not.
it
No,
that
he
way.
might say it's
Is
not.
it- no,
No,
is it
you know.
reasonable? No, change the
Right.
subject. No, change the question. I don't like the way you're setting up the question.
You ask
He
him
can,
the
only, he can only answer one way by you saying that shit.
You,
fair
well,
enough.
you ask him. Hang on 1 minute.
Why don't you ask it if you're legally allowed to stand there recording wearing a balaclava?
Oh,
inside
yeah,
a police
there you
station
go. Exactly, Frank.
Instead of
Right.
are the police allowed to?
Yeah,
Ask
there
it,
you
are
go.
you legally allowed to?
Yeah, we know that's the premise we start from. But if what I'm saying is, if they
Jay,
suspect
Jay,
you, hang on,
Jay.
if they suspect you of being a terrorist or doing nefarious acts, is it reasonable for them to
No,
detain you?
you're
Yeah,
not asking the question properly.
well, no, is it reasonable or not?
It
Like, there's
depends if they have reasonable enough.
Ah.
It depends if it's reasonable, their suspicion.
Right. Okay. So we'll ask him that. Right. Hang on. Right. Okay. Right.
No, you see, you keep
No,
wording
hang on,
it.
no. We'll ask him that. Right.
No, you word it in a way that isn't correct.
No. Hang on. So Jay, is it reasonable for a police personnel to suspect somebody wearing a balaclava?
No, that's a different
Yeah, hang
question.
on. You see?
He's already answered that.
No. I'm asking him a different question.
Certainly, it would be seen as
I'm
suspicion.
going to mute you.
But suspicion isn't a crime, dude.
Right. Well, look.
Suspicion is a crime.
Hang on, you're trying to wangle out of it.
repetitive as well. So that means whoever it was in the balaclava with the drone would have to do it at the same station.
So what's the question? Is it reasonable?
Correct.
Let's get the question straight before we ask him. So would it be reasonable for a police to come out and detain somebody they suspect of doing hostile reconnaissance?
No, there you go again. They suspect. There you go again.
Yeah.
Is it? Ask him simply. Is it reasonable for a policeman to come out and detain somebody for filming with a balaclava outside a police station? Simple as. Stop putting a crime in where there isn't one.
All right. You ask him. I'll tell you when to ask it. You can ask him that exact question.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Hang on.
No. He's trying to sample my voice or something.
Okay. Ask him.
You ask him. You heard the question.
Oh, God. All right.
Tell me when.
So, go on quickly. Go on.
Jay, is it reasonable? Or Jay, is it reasonable? Jay, is it reasonable for police to come out and detain somebody for simply filming while wearing a balaclava at police car park?
All right, bro, listen up. If you're rocking up to a police car park with a balaclava on, you're gonna raise some eyebrows, know what I mean? Cops might see that as suspicious, especially with all the security concerns these days. So, yeah, they might take you to figure out what's what. It ain't just about the filming, it's about the context, fam. Big up your chest and stay wise out there.
You didn't like that one, did you?
No, you've done something.
The settings for that one.
That's
didn't you,
enough.
Dinky?
That just
He's
proves my
lefty,
point.
he's a
You're
lefty.
treading on a grey area, and you're on one side, and I'm on the other. But it's not illegal, and so that's it.
It is illegal. It is illegal without
Well,
proper grounds. It
whatever
is. He
you
said it,
think.
he said it himself many
We'll
times.
be here all night otherwise, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You
but
can get your
that's
AI
it.
to fight it out with Jay.
No. You've done something because Jay had a different point. Like,
Well,
3
no,
times
I
and you stopped him.
gave you the opportunity to ask him. You
You've
can't
done
get
something. You've changed the
No, you're-
parameters of it.
shut up. You're doing what all the conspiracy theorists do. Even if you show them and let them ask
He
it
said
themselves,
2 times
you will
something
still
different.
come back down from space to say the
He
Earth's
said,
flat.
he said something different 3 times.
Oh,
and you
it's because
stopped
it
him.
was a different question. That's why. Slightly worded. You asked him, not me.
No. Jay, is he
No,
listening?
he's gone. He's
Gone now, is he?
He's
He's gone and he won't be back.
I don't think the viewers want to.
Oh, I see. He's gone. Jay's gone. Oh, how convenient.
We'll ask him then. Ask him. All about the context, fam.
Tell
you know.
me when. Tell me when. What's taking you so long?
Go on.
Jay?
Yo, Henry, what's good, bro?
No, this is not Henry. Jay.
Me. Like, go on. Just
Jay,
ask him a question.
Jay, can the English police detain you and demand ID for when not committing a crime?
That's a different question.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, it depends on the context.
Let him answer. Let him answer. No, let him answer.
No.
Let him
answer. No, give him the specific auditing situation because they don't do this. I've printed this out. They don't do this up and down the high street.
Isn't the crime?
Right,
Filming isn't the crime. Filming while wearing a balaclava.
Ask him the specific. Come on.
While wearing a balaclava isn't the crime.
Right. Give him the typical auditor situation.
No more, Jay. Let's hear from Frank.
Yeah, fuck that. All right. You know. When you know, you know.
It's just fucking gone out my head, lad. Too much shouting back and forward about the same bullshit. You've had this same argument how many times over the last 3 years? It's actually stupid and pointless at this point. You're both expecting different results. Yeah. That's the definition of insanity, people.
Well, yeah.
Wake up, smell the coffee, and break the cycle.
That's Einstein's definition of insanity.
Yes.
Who's he? He's just fucking Einstein, fucking shoemaker. Oh, the shoemaker knows.
I just got to put
Have you watched any of my audits, mate? Did you see where I went night fishing with a donut? Did you see where I casted a donut over the side of the police station wearing a balaclava?
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm being serious, Food Toy.
Why did I not see that?
Right, you might be wanted. I said, well, if there's anyone 6 foot tall wearing a balaclava currently wanted, you found him. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, have you not watched them, Crinkle?
He's gone to make a cup of tea or something.
I'm going to be doing some more as well with different...
And what happened? What did they do? Did they act right or what?
To be fair, I was there for 20 minutes before, walking around with my balaclava on. A woman had already phoned up and were radioed up, to get me stop search. But by the time the police had pulled up, I had my fishing rod out and I'd got stuck on the wall. So, yeah, I don't know. It's worth watching. When I go out and do some more, hopefully they'll be better in it. It was my first attempt, lad, to be fair.
How long ago was that?
Not that long ago. A few months ago.
Cool.
It's called Fishing for Police. If you type in Fishing for Police, it should just come up on YouTube.
Awesome.
Yeah, guys, it's November the 5th tomorrow. I've got some fireworks to let off, right? You know what I mean? But I'm going to go out the way. I don't want to disturb any animals, you know what I mean? I bought some.
Yeah, go into the country and do woods where all the deer and pheasants are. You won't scare any animals, Chubb, to be fine.
I went into like this shop, right, and I said, "Can I have some fireworks which like don't let off a loud bang, so I don't want to disturb any animals?" And there was this old bloke sat in the corner saying, "There are no fireworks like that. There are no." I was like, "Yeah, okay." Honestly, I let one off, right? It was loud as hell. You know
nice,
what I mean?
random off. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you do karaoke ministry?
Nah, not tonight.
I know, but you're a good singer, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do manage to get myself copyright claims when I play the guitar and sing. So.
Oh,
is that the YouTube equivalent of a compliment?
Yeah,
you know it's the guitar that's doing that, not your voice in it, ministry.
Yeah,
I know person's bubble. You're raining on his parade.
It's mad the copyright in it with Like, it was Ed Sheeran's just won some major copyright claim in it over a few keystrokes on a guitar. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Tried claiming all of his songs or a couple of his songs because he used the same thing.
Yeah, Ministry. I know I've been offline for a few hours, like, but I've been learning Elvis songs. I'm learning how to sing like Elvis. You know what I mean?
Very nice.
I can do it now. You know what I mean? I can sing just like him, just like the
Go on
king.
then. Oh no, you
No.
can't copyright.
Oh, believer. You know what I mean? It's coming soon, guys. It's not on this
No.
channel, guys. He doesn't allow karaoke. Ministry doesn't allow karaoke, guys. No.
So it's Chubby Presley or Elvis Rain.
Ooh, hard choice.
Pick one.
Chubby Presley.
I mean, Elvis was a, you know what I mean? It's, guys, I mean, everyone's saying Elvis, and I've never really looked into him, you know what I mean? But when I did, like, I thought, oh, dude, man, it's good, like, you know what I mean? He can sing, you know what I mean? He's a good singer.
Like, he could sing. He can't no more, can he, obviously?
Why not, like?
Is he the guy who died on the toilet, Elvis? Was it him?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what people believe. He ate a few too many hamburgers and died in the boat. I mean, that's a disgusting way to think about it, you know what I mean? For his service to humanity.
I heard it was sleeping tablets, like.
Yeah.
He
Sounds
got
like a shit way to go, doesn't it?
literally.
No, I just can't help believing. You know, I've been trying to get his vocals and shit. You know? Yeah. I've got Elvis leg as well, because you know when I'm lying in bed, I've got restless leg syndrome, so my leg keeps kicking. I'm thinking this is what Elvis does.
Yeah.
So
Elvis leg.
you reckon he had nervous leg syndrome on stage?
Hey.
Yeah. True, Adam. I've got to admit, though, you know, burgers are my favourite food. So if I had to go with a burger in my mouth, then so be it.
Yeah, I'm a vegan.
A what?
I'm a vegan.
So vegan burgers then?
So he's not going to get the answer being a vegan. You know. Joke, that was chubby.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just guys. I've been like, there's a vegan festival in Newcastle on November there. Sorry, no, it's next. Actually, it's already happened. Shit, I missed it. Damn. Guys, don't drink, you know what I mean? 'Cause you'll miss all the best stuff, you know what I mean? There's a vegan festival going on in Newcastle.
Do you wear leather shoes, Chubby?
I did do, by accident, you know?
A leather belt?
Nah, my belt's
Suede?
yeah, it's weird. You know, I've done all the bad
Crocs?
things and shit, you know what I
Crocs.
mean?
Would you wear Crocs?
Yeah, but I when I said me vegans, right? I've got leather shoes and that. No, I was like, I'm sorry, they were like, don't worry about it, because we all did shit like that. We became vegan, you know what I mean?
Chubby, when two vegans have an argument, is it still referred to as a beef?
No, it's a plantain or something.
Yeah.
Oh, they have a real plantain, those two.
Yeah.
So, Chubby, if the whole world became vegan,
Mhm.
we'll get to a situation where we wouldn't need to have, breed cattle and animals for animal products. So, in a way, don't meat eaters give them some life?
Bullshit.
Otherwise, they
Well,
wouldn't be. They wouldn't even come about.
Bullshit. Do you want to buy a
Oh,
cow?
would be everywhere, wouldn't they? You won't be
Yeah,
able to
Kringle,
go to
I'll
the
raise a
Tesco's
cow,
to be
right?
a cow in the way.
Yeah,
Oh.
fake
I'll raise
beef.
a cow for you, Kringle, and I'll sell it to you, right? As long as you don't eat it, cut it up.
If everyone turned vegan and they got rid of all the cattle and everyone was vegan for a long time, we'd be overrun with fucking natural prey because it's not being culled, and we'd have nothing to eat, chubby. The deer and that would eat everything.
We give them that great gift of life that they can enjoy those.
Yeah,
you know,
guys.
pastures,
Hey,
the
guys,
pastures.
you've convinced me, right? I'm no longer a vegan. I'm totally
And a bacon sandwich to
We
celebrate.
got him. We got him, guys.
Think of all
Mark
the
it off.
pleasure we give them, all that pleasure, all that lovely grass. Oh, they love it. Fucking love it. And then
What?
in
There
an
was no cows.
all that pleasure, imagine how long it goes on for, and then one instant, it's worth it. I think like the profit loss thing is worth it for them.
But there'd be all this long grass everywhere, wouldn't there?
Yeah. No sheep and goats to
Eat it.
Yeah, there'd still be animals, guys, if we all became vegan, you know what I mean?
How would farmers find their pleasure as well, Chubby?
Well, they've got the internet, Pornhub and shit, you know what I mean?
Well, the ones who are so cut off from technology, where do they go? Where would they go?
I don't know what you're talking about now, Kringle. You lost it.
Well, there's a lot of sheep shaggers out there, That's what I'm talking about. That kind
Farmer
of thing.
Giles, he likes to
Yeah,
tickle
so
the sheep.
we
He
don't
does.
breed cattle and sheep anymore. Like, fucking hell.
I hope there's not a lot of sheep shaggers out there. Like, a lot.
Bet you there are. Bet you there are.
Just as many
Oh,
sheep shaggers
yeah.
as there is doggers everywhere else, bro. There's quite a few. These farmers go crazy, don't they, Crinkle?
It's disgusting saying that someone shags a sheep. It's disgusting talk, that, guys.
You think like there's sheep shaggers who would like fight over the one sheep?
But guys, there's even worse. There's even worse than sheep shaggers. There's people who shoot animals in the head, cut them up, and then we eat them. We eat the shit. You know what I mean? That's even
I hope it's not one that's been shagged.
I tend to buy halal meat, so to be honest, it's been slit by the throat and up, and you know what I mean. It's a different kind of meat, bro. You should try some of that. It's all right.
I'll never eat lamb again without thinking, Jesus, somebody shagged this.
Never buy Welsh lamb, mate. Make sure it's Australian or New Zealand or something. Mate. Trust me. Stay away from the Welsh lamb. The Welsh do it just for jokes, don't they?
If Futo is correct, they never die because the energy lives on.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a question for Jay too. Trolling wants to troll Jay. Ask him what he knows about sheep shaggers and what's the most populated country of sheep shaggers. Let's find out the truth.
Wales, isn't it? I reckon Wales.
It's got to be on it. Do you reckon Jay will say Wales, or do you reckon he'll be like, well,
New Zealand, I'm saying.
Nah, I don't reckon they do. I reckon they fucks with them koala bears over there, bro.
Yeah.
Totally, aren't they? Can't get away.
I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is, but wherever Di is from, you know what I mean? When that fucking weird, that's where it is. That's where it's all happening.
I'm not sure where half.
Hello, me lovey. Hello, my lover.
It's wherever Wurzel Gummidge is from.
Yes, exactly. Wherever Di is from. Hello, my lover.
Who was Wurzel Gummidge's girlfriend? What was her name again?
Aunt Sally.
Aunt Sally. She was an awful bitch, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was evil.
Wurzel could have done better than her.
So yeah, did you do a video prank falling off your bike like Gamer?
No, it was on a live stream, wasn't it? I did a live stream to test my connection, you know, mobile as I was travelling.
Oh yeah.
I went flying over fucking handlebars, didn't I, Crinkle? I told JJ that the stream will come down, but I told him he can clip it if he wants, so he went straight off.
Saw that somewhere, yeah. Funny.
Yeah. I was gonna clip it again and put a short on my channel, but I thought I'd let JJ have exclusive rights on that. You know what I mean? So if anyone wants to watch me fall over the handlebars on a mountain bike, go to JJ's channel.
I don't think that was Gamer. Wasn't that not NBC, whatever his name is?
Oh,
Gamers was funnier though. Yeah, Gamers was funnier. Right.
Oh, he did it as well, did he?
Yeah, I believed in ghosts after that though, Futai. There's no logical explanation.
I haven't seen it actually.
What's the speed limit in your where you live? Like, is it 20?
It depends on the road, doesn't it, Crinkle? Built up areas, if it's populated, it's around 20, yeah, but 30 on most main roads, and then up to 60 on, obviously, other roads, in it, yeah.
It's about 20 pretty much everywhere in London these days. You can go down Holloway Road setting off all the flash cameras. It's so funny.
Yeah, I tried looking for some. Yeah, I tried looking for some, Crinkle, but we don't seem to have 20 speed cameras in Manchester. They do seem to be all over London, yeah. But
When you
20
start
miles an hour,
seeing-
you could set that off pedaling, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the lines are on the road, usually there's a series of lines that the camera uses to figure out your speed, as well as the radar. Like they can photographically prove it. I speed up over them. I love setting them off. It's so funny.
Yeah, I was going to try and find a 20 and then just get loads of license plates in it, go set them off, because when round here, if you hit a speed camera, they'll send you a picture of you hitting the speed camera, you know, as evidence. So I was going to get all the pictures of me on a bike flying past, and but I can't find them.
Get all your enemies' number plates and just do that.
Yeah. I would have done it with just anyone, but everyone, to be fair. People I know, really, till I could get the pictures to start with. But then I would have done it with, like, I don't know, rich people, famous people. Do you know what I mean? It would have made for a funny title. The bike I'm building next, though, I'm just looking for a frame. It should go to 40 mile an hour, so I'll be able to set off the 30 speed cameras. Yeah, just trying to find a decent frame to attach it to.
Yeah, they need to be pretty strong, innit?
Yeah, I used a Scott frame for this other one, and it's quality, to be fair. It's all right.
At them higher powers, you need one of those torque arms that come off the hub onto the frame.
Yeah.
It starts twisting, and it's like not very good.
Yeah, because it's steel and it's in aluminium, obviously. You need them to strengthen it and keep it in one place, don't you? Yeah, otherwise it'll snap the tiny. Once that aluminium snaps, the motor will twist up, the wire will snap. And yeah, you have to be careful. Like, you can't really hit jumps on them or out, can you? That's the disappointment with them.
You can't what?
You can't do big jumps with them, or like on a motorbike, if you're flying towards a speed bump on a motorbike, you can still keep a steady 30 and not feel it. But on this, if you hit it at 30, you're gonna break something. Do you know what I mean?
It's true, man.
You have to slow down in it. Treat it like a fucking I don't like a motorbike that you need to ride in it, a 50cc or something. You have to treat it right.
I think I'm gonna call 5 minutes on this stream, guys.
Cool, bro.
All right, man.
I've been going a long time, and
4-hour live stream ministry.
Big ministry up. Big up your chest. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
So I'm going to say bye to all the chat as well, and big up ministry, Futoy, Frank, Chubby,
It was a great chat.
It was fun.
Yeah.
So till next time, man. See you later, guys.
See you later. Anyway, have a good night.
Yourselves and each other.
All right. I'm off to then. See you, man. Thanks for having me up. All right. Nice talking with you. I'm going to check out that video you made, Frank. I have to see it.
Yeah, there's going to be more coming with fake drugs and all sorts. Like, I need to get the time and the right headspace, I suppose, in it. Yeah, there's going to be some mad shit coming eventually when I get round to it.
Nice one.
Stuff you've not seen before, anyway, like where I act a bit like a drug dealer, all sorts, mate. Yeah.
Be careful, you know.
Yeah, well, this is it, innit? It's how far am I willing to push it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All
if I can be out, I might even go out tomorrow and record a video, because I've been meaning to, but something's been happening now. Like some police, I need to get a solicitor tomorrow, so I don't look like I'm going to have time. But yeah. It's worth a little watch. The cops' reaction's pretty funny as well, to be fair.
I can imagine.
Crimble in the nut house prank. Who knows, DJ? Who knows, lad? Who knows? Maybe I get sectioned. Yeah. The next one I'm planning, mate. Like, I was gonna take loads of bags of white powder and do it with that, but I'm pretty sure I can get arrested. Just
yeah, you have to be careful with that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do it with Cali packs instead. Do you know, like weed wrappers?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm gonna do it with that instead. I think.
There's an American guy now, but he's nuts. Like, he dresses up as a grandmother with big lipstick all over his face and everything. He's nuts. But what he does is he found some sweets called Mary Jane, right? And he gets a can of Coke and these Mary Jane. He puts them in a bag and he says to the police, "I've got some Coke and some Mary Jane. Would you like some?"
Yeah.
And they were like, "What? Let me see. You know?
You see, I thought about doing it with a can of Coke, that, to be fair, but then, yeah. I might still do it, but...
Yeah, the Mary Jane you might find off American Amazon, like, they'll still send them out.
Yeah, it'd work if you get a product that sounds the same in it, and you can convince...
Yeah, well, they're actually called Mary Jane.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get them from America. Like.
Yeah, they will just be on Amazon, won't they? I suppose I could just make my own packets and throw some wine gums in, can I? To be honest, it's not that hard, is it?
Yeah, you see, but when they're real, there's absolutely nothing they can say to you because they're actually called that.
There's nothing they can say anyway. It's all about intent, Futoy, and my intent is to make a video. So yeah.
The thing is, though, they are working, right?
Even if I get arrested and took into the thing, once I explain to the sergeant why I'm there, then they've got to let me go anyway, haven't they? Let's be serious. Well, even if I get caught with 100 bags of white powder, they'll still have to let me go. It's not like I'm going to get remanded for intent to supply because I've done a prank with 100 packs of white powder. They can't do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, would they maybe say you're stopping the police from conducting their duties by having to deal with you and
well no, because realistically they could have seen it was a fucking prank straight away and just walked away, couldn't they, mate? To be fair, like, think of it as a detective test. Will they ever make detective, or are they just a dumb beat cop? Do you know what I mean? I don't know, Futoy.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it'd be interesting to watch. I'm just a little bit worried for you, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah. If you type in prank audits, I should come up.
Yeah, definitely will, yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your night, whatever you're doing, and take care, Ministry, lad.
Yeah, no worries, Frank. Cheers for coming on. You're always welcome, you know that.
Yeah, I was typing in your chat. I thought I'd just jump up. Plus, yeah, I wanted to get some legal advice off Crinkle's fucking AI as well about this situation, but he's gone now, and obviously they wouldn't stop shouting with each other, would they? So,
sorry about that. It's all right, mate. We really we don't click on that, you know. We don't agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
See you later, guys. Have a good night. Thanks, man.
Take care, though, people.
Have a good one, man.
In a bit. Splendid. It's been good live. Pretty chill, not too much shouting. So I'm gonna get me a big double coffee. Maybe even have some porridge for supper. I don't know whether to risk it or not, but cheers for watching, and yeah, I'll see you in the chat. Ciao for now.